Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Taken by the Tiger by Millie Taiden, narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Chapter 1. Parker Nolan was late. Not even like a little late. She was so late that if it were her wedding, people would think she left the groom at the altar. Honking at the pile-up, she growled and slammed a hand on the steering wheel. Her phone buzzed, but she refused to be taken away from her focus. She had to get to her cousin Jade's wedding. They might not be close as adults, but that was largely due to Parker traveling all the time and never sitting still. "For fuck's sake!" she yelled at nobody. "Move it along!" The cars took their sweet time to inch forward. She glanced at her unruly dark curls in the rearview mirror and sighed. Not much she could do about that. Promising Jade that she'd be her maid of honor was a big deal, considering the only other role was matron of honor held by her other cousin, Balogh. The traffic started to dissipate and everyone sped forward. Nothing accounted for the pile-up. She hit the accelerator and hoped there wasn't a cop around because she was about to break the speed limit. She got to the wedding and jumped out of the car, tossed her keys at a valet, and ran inside. The ceremony was taking place in the back of the mansion by the lake. Rushing toward the back, she almost slipped and broke her neck, but someone grabbed her from behind just in time. She didn't get a chance to see who had saved her. "Thank you!" she yelled over her shoulder, her focus solely on not fucking up Jade's day. Shoving her hair out of her face, she speed-walked to the back. At the back door, the organizer waited for her with her bouquet and sighed. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Jade was worried you'd changed your mind." "Can we get this show on the road?" Balogh asked. He came around from behind the organizer. "Oh, look who's here. Damn it, I lost $20 to Jade." Parker gasped and smacked her cousin on his arm. "You bet against me being here? You of all people should know better than that." He shrugged. "Baby Brody just ate, which pushed everything behind, so we're about to start." "Thank goodness this wasn't delayed because of me," she sighed. "Okay, where is the cuteness?" "Ben's going to push him down the aisle in his stroller. He's in love with his new brother." Parker beamed a smile. "Really? That's awesome. I can't wait to see them both in their cute little tuxes." Balogh laughed. "They are so freaking adorable."
"All right, you two," the organizer called their attention. "We're about to begin, so let's get in place."
Parker let out a breath and attempted to relax, pasted a smile on her face, and held on to her bouquet of pink peonies. Peonies were her and Jade's favorite flowers. She watched the two grooms walk up the aisle together. Then a sexy as sin man helped Lana, one of the groom's mothers, to the front of the aisle. He took his place next to the grooms, so she knew he was the best man. His gaze met hers, and she felt her face heat. Something happened while he stared at her, a strange pull that had her glancing at him every few seconds. It was unlike anything she'd ever experienced before with another man. It made her heart skip a beat. "Honey, you're in trouble," Balogh whispered. "When a man looks at a woman like that, the chase is on." Next came Ben, pushing an antique but gorgeous white stroller. He beamed as he waved at everyone and glanced down at his baby brother every few steps. When he got to the front, he moved the stroller next to Lana and then stood by the best man.
"Your turn, Parker," the organizer said.
She started her walk, and her insides tightened the closer she got to the best man. It was hard to keep a smile on her face when all she wanted to do was run the other way. The guy was making her hot. A flash of gold passed through his eyes, and she frowned. When she got to the front, she took her place on the bride's side. Then it was Balogh's turn. Her cousin loved the attention everyone gave him. He smiled and waved, stopped mid-walk to pose for a photo, and then took his place next to her. "He's still looking," balogh whispered to her. "Shut up. He probably just thinks I look like someone he knows." Then Just the Way You Are started playing, and Parker gasped and turned to balogh. "That's a great song." "I know. I helped them pick it." Jade dazzled in a beautiful lacy mermaid confection that showed off her curves. Her long dark hair was styled up the side with a rhinestone headpiece that had white feathers. Her makeup had been done beautifully. She looked like the bridal version of a 1950s pinup. "You outdid yourself," she told balogh, watching her cousin smile wide as she walked toward her 2 husbands-to-be. Everyone snapped photos and grinned at Jade. Love and romance were in the air, and it was hard not to be sappy. Parker watched the 3 of them promise to love each other, promise to be there for each other. The men each gave her a band, and then she gave one to each groom. Dean kissed her, as was customary for the alpha to move first, from what Jade had told her. Then Gavin kissed her. "Ladies and gentlemen," the officiant called out, "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Dean Felid and Mr. and Mrs. Gavin Nash." The crowd went wild, and Jade waved her bouquet in the air in a display of happiness. Parker didn't want to glance to the side. She knew he'd be staring at her. He hadn't stopped staring the entire time the ceremony had been going on. And damn if she wasn't curious about him. He was tall, with dark hair that needed a trim. He had a short beard, but it didn't hide his jawline or his piercing hazel eyes. Lord, the man was fine. Chapter 2. Parker needed a drink. The celebration was going off without a hitch, and all she could think about was the best man, whose name she still didn't know. "Don't look so sullen, Parker," Jade laughed and hugged her. "It's my wedding." Parker laughed and kissed her cheek. "You look fucking gorgeous. What the hell have you been doing that you're radiating happiness?" Jade shrugged. "I am happy. That's what you're seeing. Ben is happy. Our family is whole." She squeezed Parker's hands. "What about you? I know you fell out with your mom and dad." Parker shrugged. "They got tired of me spending their money trying to save people in third-world countries. They wanted me to come home and get married, give them a few grandkids they could take to the country club and live the life of a rich housewife." "So what are you going to do?" Parker smiled at a waiter that handed her a glass of champagne. "They can be as angry as they want. I have a trust that I can use for whatever I want. They don't control it. It was set up by my grandfather." "That's true. Your mom's father always spoiled you. Are you planning on being in town for a while?" Jade stared at her hopefully. "I want us to hang out." "Aren't you going away on a honeymoon?" Jade sipped her champagne and shook her head. "Nah, not until Brody stops nursing. Lana says it should be just another month or so. When that happens, we'll leave him with her and take a few days for ourselves. But not until then." "I guess I can hang around a while, get to know Ben and Brody some more," she told Jade. "Awesome!" Jade hugged her again. The wedding organizer showed up. "Time for the first dance." Parker took another glass of champagne and walked out to the terrace, leaned against the railing, and watched people sit out on sofas around the pool area. "Not a fan of watching the first dance?" a deep voice asked beside her. She straightened and gulped down her champagne. Holy Toledo, it was Mr. Hotness. "No, it's not that. I'm just a little hot." "Hello, little hot. I'm Ryan." She grinned. "Parker. I mean, it's hot with all those people inside." He stared at her again, and she wondered if there was something wrong with her face. Want to take a walk? She knew this was a bad idea. Oh, was it a bad idea? The way he was staring at her, the way she had butterflies in her chest. It was way past a bad idea. But instead of saying no, she found herself nodding and taking the hand he offered. An electric ping traveled through their joined hands. She sucked in a breath and glanced down where he held her hand in his. They started along the side of the mansion, down a gravel path into the gardens. This place is massive and beautiful, she sighed, loving the different trees, the colorful flowers, and the pristine trimmed bushes. They walked under arches wrapped in branches with what looked like cherry blossoms. Come on, I know where the real special stuff is, he said, leading her past the trimmed hedges and bright plants to an area farther away. There was a big tree with hanging blue flowers that they had to walk around to see the continuing path. See, people don't know this is back here, Ryan said. So when they see the big blue tree, they turn around or go down a different path. Farther down, she could barely hear the wedding music playing. Then they stopped, and she realized what she was seeing. This is surreal, she gasped. Slipping off her shoes, she held his hand as they walked to the lake. There were wide grassy walkways that connected land with lake. The walkways were shaped into swirls and circles and spheres and gorgeous figures that left her speechless. One walkway linked to another. The circles and spheres held flowers in the centers, and at the middle of the lake was a large circle that had to be man-made. It was like a giant sunken seat. The circle was lined with cushions and a throw blanket. There was even a lantern to turn on if it got darker. Farther was a fountain with lights, and a large wolf howling, water spouting from its muzzle. Pine trees lined both sides of the lake entrance to give the entire area privacy. I had no idea this was even here. She let him help her into the cushioned circle. I wonder if Jade knows about this place. Probably. This was our favorite spot when we were kids. She raised her brows and sat on a cushion. Who's we? Dean, Gavin, and me. Lana was like a mother to me. She was always so caring and loving, taking in kids other parents didn't pay attention to, he said. He leaned back on the cushion and grinned at her. Want to see another surprise? She blinked. There's more? He lifted a cushion and pulled out a bottle of champagne with 2 glasses from an icebox. Hang on a second, she sputtered. You can't tell me that has just been sitting there. He barked a laugh. You're right, it hasn't. I asked the butler to bring it here for us. She watched him tug the top off and fill 2 champagne flutes. Seems you were pretty confident I'd come out here with you. No, you have free will, he told her, and sipped his champagne. But I had hoped. The sound of the music at the distance made her sway her head to it. Would you like to dance? He asked, his voice low and rough. God, Ryan's whole aura was that of a predator after his prey. She had never dealt with a man who was like that. The guys she dated were boring and safe. Guys that wouldn't be difficult to break up with when she got antsy and needed to go on an adventure. She took his hand and stood. He pulled her into his arms, her body pressed into his. Her breath caught in the back of her throat. She was surrounded by him. The sun had gone down and the moon was full and the lights from the fountain lit their surroundings. They swayed to the music. She knew the song well. It was a romantic song that spoke of everlasting love. A man and a woman sang to each other. Parker closed her eyes and let the warmth of Ryan's body calm her. You're so beautiful, Parker. Beautiful and a great dancer, he whispered by her ear, his lips almost brushing her lobe. A sizzling current raced down her spine. Thank you. You are too. I'm glad you think I'm beautiful, he chuckled, pulling back to meet her gaze. I'm going to kiss you. If you don't want that, stop me now.
Chapter 3. Parker curled her arms around his neck, glanced from his eyes down to his lips, got on her tiptoes, and brought his head down to meet her lips. The kiss was slow and sensual. His hand slid down her back, the silky material of her dress an almost non-existent barrier between them. He grabbed her ass and pressed her into him. His tongue swiped over her lips and invaded her mouth. She moaned and let him take control. Their tongues rubbed and curled over each other as if desperate to touch. She raked her nails into his hair, grasping the strands and clinging to him. His kisses were electrifying. She hadn't come to this wedding looking for a hookup. A one-night stand had been nowhere in her thoughts, but the way Ryan made her feel, alive, she hadn't felt that way in years. Dedicating her life to helping others had been front and center of her existence for so long, but tonight he made her feel as if she was the center of his world. He pulled away from their kiss and licked his lips.
I need more of you, but I won't push. I can wait.
She shoved him back into the cushions, slipping the tiny straps of her dress down her arms until the dress pooled at her feet. She picked it up and laid it on a cushion so it wouldn't wrinkle. Then she turned back to him, completely naked, and met his gaze. I can't wait. I want more now. She kneeled before him, unbuckling his pants and unzipping them, yanking them down, but he stopped her.
Let me.
He removed his jacket and tie and let his pants fall. She licked her lips, taking a seat and watching him strip. The man was gorgeous. The moonlight made him seem dangerous. His eyes flashed gold again. She sat back and watched him kneel between her legs. He leaned forward, pressing his lips over hers, his hands cupping her face. She sucked a breath when he kissed his way down her neck. Leaning her head back and glancing at the moon, she did nothing but feel. His lips caressing her breast. He sucked one nipple into his mouth, and she groaned and glanced down at him. One of her breasts was in his mouth, and the other being fondled by his large hand. She didn't have overly big breasts, but men had never complained. But with his huge hands on her chest, she felt tiny. He continued down, his nips and sucks on her skin until he reached her sex. He tugged her down, her ass on the edge of the seat, and spread her thighs wider. She wasn't small with her larger-than-average thighs and hips. It was a feat to do a bunch of strange sex positions. But tonight, she was wider than ever, letting this gorgeous man stare at her pussy.
You smell divine, he whispered roughly. I taste pretty good, too. She grinned.
He lowered his head between her legs. Her legs immediately went on his shoulders and folded behind his head. A loud growl sounded from him, the vibration making her shudder. She moaned, wiggling closer to his lips. His beard rubbed against her skin, adding another dimension of friction.
You lied,
he voiced from her pussy, licking and sucking at her inner thigh.
You don't taste good. You're fucking delicious.
She smiled wide and held on to the cushions at her side as he licked her clit with a speed she had never believed possible on a human. He hummed and grunted. The knot at her core tightened with every lick of his tongue on her slick flesh. God, she groaned. She rocked her pussy on his face, harder, faster, her body unraveling. A choked scream rushed up her throat. She shattered, sucking air hard. Tremors raced through her body, sending shockwaves of pleasure with every mini-orgasm that came after the big one. She pulled him up, urging him to sit on the cushion. Cradling his balls in her hand, she leaned down to take him into her mouth. He stopped her. She watched his eyes flash gold again. I can't wait. He tugged her into straddling him. His long, hard length stood straight. She gripped him, rubbing him between her slick folds, and then placing the head of his cock at her entrance. Their gazes met and held. Take me inside you, he said. I want to feel your pussy clasp around me. She slid down slowly. He stretched her. God, he was so fucking perfect. She wasn't a need a big dick kind of girl, but he just happened to have one. And boy, was she feeling it. He rubbed her inner walls as she continued gliding down until she was fully seated on his dick. She rocked softly and gasped. Her pussy squeezed at his hardness. He gripped her ass and pulled her forward. A shiver slid down her spine. He felt amazing inside her. He did it again. A jolt of something spread through her veins. It was like he'd lit a fire in her core. She wiggled, holding onto his shoulders and leaning forward to kiss him. He lifted her almost until he came out of her, and then dropped her on his cock. Then he did it again and again, faster and faster. She bounced hard on his dick. The idea that someone could walk up on them and see this didn't even run through her mind at that moment. Nor did she care how much noise they were making. She moaned and groaned loudly. Short squeals sounded with every bounce she did on him. He leaned forward, taking a nipple into his mouth, and bit down. Air rushed out of her lungs as a scream fell out of her lips. Her pussy convulsed around his shaft, sucking and gripping him hard. He growled into her breast, his cock pressing deeply into her pussy and jerking hot semen into her sex. It took long minutes for them to lie there, him still deep inside her, catching their breaths under the full moon. He pushed her hair away from her face and met her gaze. Mine. She grinned and wiggled off him, aching at the emptiness she felt not having him inside her. We should go. I'm supposed to make a toast. She slipped her dress on and picked up her heels, walking out of the circle and down the pathway without waiting for him. Her heart thudded so hard she barely heard him calling her to wait. When she got back to the wedding, they were about to serve dinner. She grabbed a champagne flute from a passing waiter and gulped it down. Parker, Balogh whispered, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her out of the dinner toward the front of the house. What? Why are you dragging me? She grumbled. Because I'm trying to keep you from embarrassing yourself, he said softly and pulled her into the women's bathroom. Look. Her eyes popped at the woman in the mirror. Her makeup was the least of her worries. Her lips were swollen, and she had suck marks all over her neck and chest. Oh my God. Yeah, babe, you look like you just got laid. And I'm not one to judge. I'm actually happy for you. But I know how you feel about keeping your personal life, well, personal. Chapter 4. Parker watched her fair skin turn redder in certain spots she remembered clearly Ryan sucking and biting. Her face flamed and she sighed. What should I do? The bathroom door opened and Jade walked in. She wore a different white dress, a lightweight sweetheart neckline mini dress. Jade stared at Parker with wide eyes. Parker? Jade blinked. I guess I don't need to keep wondering where you'd run off to. She laughed. So, who's the lucky guy? Jade, no, Parker groaned. This is going to ruin the night. How am I going to cover all these marks? That man is an animal. Balogh sighed. I like him. Hey, cool your heels, Balogh. Your hubby is out there chatting up my men, so you behave. Jade grinned. A girl can look, he said. You guys, Parker huffed. What do I do? I have an idea, Jade said. Stay here. Parker snorted. Yeah, like I'm dying to go out there and let the world know I've been fucking while you guys have been drinking and eating pigs in a blanket. There's no pigs in a blanket out there. We have lots of beef, though, Jade grumbled. Fine, whatever. Parker sat in one of the bathroom chairs and dropped her face in her hands. What the hell have I done? Had amazing sex by the looks of it, Balogh replied. Parker snapped her head up and frowned at him. I swear, Balogh, one more smartass reply out of you, and I'm going to tell your husband you've been looking at other men. He snorted a giggle. He already knows that, and he's okay with it as long as it's only looking. Oh, man. She dropped her head back in her hands. Her body shivered at the memory of Ryan's lips all over her body. Now was not the time to think about that. All right, I'm back to save the day, Jade said. Here. She shoved a lacy gold jacket on Parker that matched her dress. This goes with Lana's dress, but she didn't feel like wearing it today, so you can wear it until I do the bouquet toss. Then you can get the hell out of here and stop feeling like the world is going to know you've been fucking in my backyard. Jade, not you too. Sorry, Parker, Jade giggled. You're too easy when you're worked up. And I don't mean easy like that. Though it seems easy like that is also true, Balogh chuckled. Parker glared at her cousins and buttoned up the sheer jacket. Though it was see-through, the gold coloring hid all the marks around her neck and chest. She grumbled her way out of the bathroom and followed her cousins back to dinner. She didn't look for Ryan, though she knew he was in there. Her body knew. She barely ate and did more drinking than she ever had in her life. After her speech, which was short and sweet, unlike Balgogh's funny toast, she stuck to Jade's side. Guilt held her there. She was the maid of honor and should have been helping out in anything that was needed, instead of going off and letting some hot, handsome stranger fuck her brain dead. The cake was cut, and all that was left was the bouquet toss. She watched the single women smile at each other and try to stand where they thought the flowers would land. Then Jade glanced at the group and frowned. Get your ass in here, Parker, Jade called her. You're single, too. Ah, crap. She stood at the back, as far as possible from the group, and smiled tightly at the people around her. Jade acted like she was tossing the bouquet, but stopped. She did that a few times, and the women were shoving at each other as if she were tossing an actual man at them. Then Jade turned to face them and threw the flowers right at her. The bouquet hit Parker in the face and landed in her hands. The crowd laughed and everyone cheered. The single women glared at her, and she laughed at the amount of anger some of them displayed over flowers. Parker didn't believe in that shit. She didn't think at all she was the next one getting married, and wanted to tell them. But if those girls were angry over the flowers, clearly they felt the bouquet toss meaning was real. After that, she hugged Jade and the grooms. She kissed Ben and Brody and rushed over to Balogh and his husband to say goodnight. Want to do lunch this week? Balogh asked while hugging his husband, who was in a conversation with another guest. Yeah, let me see how my week looks. I need to find a job, and I have charitable work to do. Balogh rolled his eyes. You're such a goody two-shoes. Show off. I do community service, too. She grinned and raised her brows. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I do stuff here and there, he said, waving a hand dismissively at her. Anyway, I'll call you. She hugged him and kissed his cheek. Do that. Finally glancing around the salon, she searched for Ryan, but didn't see him. She used that moment to make her escape. Her car was already at the front, and she slipped the valet a tip before taking off. She slid into her Lamborghini Veneno and sped off. She would never spend the kind of money it cost to buy that car. Her grandfather had gifted it to her as a gift when she graduated college. She had to stop herself from speeding on her way home. It was easy with a car that went 0 to 60 in the blink of an eye. She only kept it because it reminded her of her grandfather. He'd been a true entrepreneur. He opened a small auto body shop to fix cars. Then he grew his business as more and more people liked his work. Within 10 years, he had several locations across the U.S. Then a larger company offered to buy him out. He was smart, though. He got shares of the company and made millions off the sale. The family was set. But he wasn't done. He started a nonprofit to help college students going into technical colleges. When she got to her building, she tossed the keys at the doorman and stopped to kiss his cheek. "Hey, Harry." "Hello, Miss Nolan," the elderly doorman greeted. He reminded her so much of her grandfather. It was why she refused to move from the penthouse apartment into a regular house. She didn't need the penthouse either, but it had also been a gift from her grandfather, and she had a hard time letting go of the stuff he'd given her. She got to her apartment and took the dress off and set up a bath. Lying in the warm water, letting her muscles relax, she thought about what she was supposed to do with herself. She'd been traveling from country to country with various agencies, helping provide food and basic necessities for those in extreme need. Now she was home, and she wasn't sure how to fit in. Parker had always felt like an outsider in her own family. Had it not been for Jade and Balogh, she wouldn't have had a childhood. Though Jade's parents hadn't been rich, they hadn't been destitute, and Balogh's family was well off like hers. But Jade had done the good daughter deed after college and taken care of her ill parents. Balogh had married and had his own life. What did Parker have? She thought about Ryan. Tonight she thought about what she wanted. A man to love her. But for how long? It scared her to commit to anything long-term. What if she messed up? She saw how her parents lived. They stayed married for looks. What she'd seen tonight with Jade and her husbands and Balogh and his hubby was not normal. In all her years, she'd only seen a few couples like that. Her parents were the norm. Jade's parents, too. People no longer in love, but dealing with each other because they didn't know how to let go. Or because, in her parents' case, of what society would say. Or how much it would cost to let go. She hated that, and it scared her to think of being in a relationship that would eventually end up there. She wanted to be loved forever. She wanted to love someone forever. That's why she didn't do commitment, because she knew it was rare to find a lifetime love. But too many people were living with relationships that had died off years ago and remained roommates. The thought of that killed her. She wouldn't be her parents. After her bath, she slipped on her robe and heard the doorbell. A delivery bag hung from the handle. "Enjoy your dinner, Harry." She really loved that old man. She would make sure he was taken care of forever, just like her grandfather took care of her. Chapter 5. Ryan Wade hated that the Pine Pride had suffered the loss of their leader. After finding his grandson, Eaton West's heart stopped one night, and no one was able to wake him. The majority felt he probably died from heartbreak, since his daughter's body had been found, and his grandson wanted nothing to do with him. Ryan, Eaton's nephew and newly appointed Pride leader, had his work cut out for him. The Pride had turned on itself. The younger generation was not caring for their elders as they should. In fact, he was hearing of abuse on elders by the young. You look a little pissed, bro. Barrick Wade, his identical twin brother, said, waltzing into Ryan's office and sitting on his office sofa. Barrick was younger by 1 minute, but that minute made all the difference when it came to becoming Pride leader. Not that Barrick wanted to be Pride leader. He knew that he was Ryan's right hand, and Ryan wasn't going to be alone doing the job. He'd split everything between them and made sure his twin helped him out. What's going on? Anything I can do? These kids. Are we seriously seeing abuse on our elders? Barrick growled. It pains me to say yes. I've broken up at least 3 fights this week between younger tigers and elders. It's like they lost their fucking minds and all respect for our people. What the hell had Eaton been doing here? Ryan asked, frustrated. He'd moved away from the Pride so he could handle his security company, but he still visited from time to time. He and Barrick were too busy growing their business to also keep track of what was happening with the Pride. Barrick shrugged and put his feet up on the coffee table. I guess he was just consumed with guilt the past few years. He didn't realize shit was going downhill. But these parents, don't they realize what's happening with their kids? A lot of them work for the Pine Pride Inn. They're busy trying to keep the Pride's sole source of income growing. Barrick frowned. Am I going to be stuck with that too? If I have to deal with these kids, you're going to have to handle the inn. There's no way I can do both. Plus, I have another problem. Barrick raised his brows. What? Why'd you leave the wedding so early? Ryan scowled at him. Are you serious? You disappeared the moment you arrived. Did you even watch the ceremony? Barrick shrugged. I was otherwise entertained by a lovely wedding guest. Yeah, so was he. I found her. Who? My mate. Barrick groaned. No, dude, don't say shit like that. We're not in a position to be worrying about a female right now. We have too much to do. And you think I don't know? I know this. I know this better than anyone, but it doesn't take away from the fact that I met my mate, and she's fucking gorgeous, and I never want to be more than a foot away from her for the rest of my fucking life, he growled. That's what this is doing to me. It's making me crazy. My tiger wants to do nothing but reminisce on how her skin feels, how she smells. Fuck, she smells so good. He slammed a fist on his desk. I don't need this shit. Well, what the hell are you going to do? I mean, you can fight the tiger, but seriously, it's gonna win at some point. Barrick put his feet on the carpet and stood. Who is she? Her name is Parker Nolan. She's heiress to Nolan Capital. Barrick whistled low. Dude, she's fucking loaded. Then he shook his head. There's nothing you can do to impress her. Like, nothing. I bet she's seen it all. I'm currently trying to fix a Pride, not trying to impress a rich girl. He sighed. But if you must know, she isn't like that. She's a giver. She's been living overseas, working as the face and head of her family's nonprofit. Barrick pressed keys on his phone. Yo, are you for real? She's hot. Like, look at those eyes, he told Ryan. Wow, that's your mate? Ryan almost laughed at Barrick's surprise. He'd been surprised the moment he saw Parker in her beautiful satiny gold dress, her curves filling it out perfectly and leaving nothing to the imagination. Then there were her features. He could stare at her face forever. Her beautiful, bright blue eyes caught his attention instantly, and she had sexy, full lips he wanted to kiss forever. Yes, that's her. I'm looking at all these photos on the internet of her, and there isn't a single one that's bad. Like she could go out in a bag and she'd still look hot. Barrick swiped through his phone. Oh, looks like you have some competition. There's a news article talking about how she's expected to get back with her ex now that she's back in town. Not happening. Even her hair's pretty, Barrick said with disgust. Lucky asshole. Ryan snorted. Did I not just say I don't have time right now to deal with this? You did. Barrick cocked his head. So does that mean you didn't, you know? He rolled his eyes and scanned through his papers. Why do you care? You did. You're so fucked, bro. For all that talk of not needing this right now, you already had sex with her, and you met her less than 24 hours ago. That was true, but he hadn't been able to stay away from her. It was impossible when they were within feet of each other. And when he got his first taste of her, he knew he was fucked. Barrick was right. I think I have an idea, Ryan said. For what? Dealing with the youth of the Pride or dealing with the mate business? Both. If this works, I'll get to spend time with Parker, and she'll help me bring back respect for our elders. Chapter 6. That Monday, Parker sat at her desk, overlooking the street below with a cup of coffee. She'd definitely missed her home. Though she'd been able to manage living in everything from a tent to a shack, this place always reminded her of her grandfather, so it was special in her heart. She glanced at her emails and frowned when she caught sight of one from a company she didn't know. She clicked it open and read. It was a job proposal from TriStar Security. The owner wanted his employees to become aware of how those in third world countries lived, especially in family units, including their elders. This could be the temporary job she needed. She'd spent enough time with tribes and families to know almost all there was to multi-generational living. She hadn't done anything in the States in a while. Her phone rang while she replied to her email, agreeing to meet for a rundown of what the company needed to see if she could come up with something. She looked at the caller ID and she smiled. Liam! So you finally remember I exist, even though I was the one who had to call you, said her good friend. I can't believe you're here and I have yet to see you. Liam Tread III had been her best friend in college. They'd never dated. It just wasn't the type of friends they were. I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't on purpose. I got back a few days ago and was completely caught up with wedding stuff for my cousin. But now I'm free. Want to have lunch? Hell yes. Let's meet up at that Italian restaurant I love. She laughed and sat back in her chair. You're lucky I just got back from eating anything available and can totally go for Italian. Listen, I have to answer some emails for the foundation, but we can chat more at lunch. Sure. 1 o'clock sound good to you? Actually, that's perfect. Gives me some time to work up an appetite since I'm eating a croissant with my coffee. You and your croissants. Hey, I have missed these things. I legit haven't had one in forever, she grumbled and took a bite. See you later. When the call ended, she read through more emails for her family's foundation. She was technically the president of the organization, but her father refused to give her the title. He just threw the whole thing at her and told her to deal with it. Not that she was angry about it. She'd found she enjoyed that type of work. But she had to make a decision. She needed to have the power to make important judgments for the foundation. That meant she needed her father to either let her take the reins fully or find someone else to do her job. She was tired of having to run everything she wanted to do by him, and he always had an excuse for delaying new scholarships or grants that could help so many out there. It was frustrating. She dialed her father's office and waited. Good morning, Nolan Financial. Mr. Nolan's office. This is Deidre. How may I help you? Hi, Dee. It's Parker. Parker, hi! Deidre exclaimed. So happy to hear from you. I'm glad you're back safely, she said. I don't know how you can hang out with militias and not be scared shitless.
I saw blood diamonds. Those people are scary.
Parker laughed. It's not that insane. There are organizations out there that are willing to work with us to allow them access to the smaller villages. It was really helpful at times to just be very humble, and having the president endorse our foundation helped big time.
Wow, I still can't imagine. I saw you sleeping in tents. They barely had any water in some spots.
Parker grinned. They do now. We set up clean water systems in a bunch of villages and left medical supplies and taught them some general safety measures when it came to their children. She thought back to her time in Africa. The best part was opening 10 new schools. We gave them supplies and paid the teachers. Grandpa would have been so proud of the whole thing.
Yeah, he would have, honey. I'm just sorry he wasn't here to see you bring his vision to life, Deidre said. I'm guessing you want to speak to your father?
Yeah. Is he available?
Let me check. I think he has like 5 minutes between meetings.
Elevator music came on, and then Deidre was back.
Okay, honey. It was good talking to you. I'm putting you through now.
Her father's loud, booming voice came on the line. You're back. She winced at how he barked the words at her. It was also clear from the echo she was on speaker. I am. How are you doing, Dad? You've been back for several days, and you couldn't take the time to come see me or your mother? She rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. Dad, I called you the minute I got back. I left you a message. I didn't get any messages from you. Maybe if you checked your voicemail, you'd hear all my messages, she replied sarcastically. I also texted you. You know I don't like any of that texting stuff. She huffed. So what should I have done? Sent smoke signals? You could come over and see me, like a normal person. How long has it been since I saw you? 6 months? 8 months? 10 months since the last break, Dad. She didn't bother defending her forms of communication. Her father was stuck on what he said. Your mother has been dying to see you, he argued. You couldn't even make time for her. Dad, she sighed. I went by to see Mom. She was out with friends. When I spoke to her, she told me she was busy with her own charitable events and dinners. We said we'd connect this week. Good. Okay. So what's going on? She stopped herself from growling in frustration. I wanted to see if we could set up a meeting and discuss the decision-making process for the foundation. She pressed at her temple with 2 fingers. I need to know where I stand. I want an official title with official ability to make decisions without your input. Listen up, young lady. That foundation meant the world to your grandfather. I know that, she said forcefully. That's why I am trying to make his vision a reality, but you keep putting up roadblocks. I might as well tell you now, if you don't give me the title and ability to take full control of the foundation and its charities, I am not going to stay on board. There was a long silence. She knew this was not how she wanted to do things, but her father's continued disrespect and treatment of her as if she were a little kid was making her crazy. She had to do what she had to do for her life. I'll have Deidre set up a meeting sometime this week. We'll discuss the foundation. I have another meeting I need to go to, he said, and hung up. She gulped back at the knot in her throat and the tears of frustration, and sighed. She should have never put herself in a place where her parents told her what to do for her whole life. They had a view of what they wanted from her, and it wasn't the one she had for herself. It was obvious her father wanted her to get married to someone he could see passing the company to. He didn't even see her as a candidate to run the business. Even though she'd managed a foundation almost as large as the other parts of the business on her own, he still didn't trust her abilities. He and her mom wanted her married and making babies. That was their hope, and she kept running off and doing life-threatening events for the foundation because she'd rather risk being killed helping others survive then be caged into a role that wasn't who she truly was. Chapter 7. Parker arrived at Lucio's restaurant with time to kill. She'd opted for looking cute and did a full face of makeup, some gold jewelry to match her top, some white capri jeans, and a pair of Louboutin wedge sandals. She'd even pulled out one of her gold-trimmed Birkin bags to match her top. Her mother had gifted it for her last birthday. She slipped her sunglasses above her head and sat down to wait for Liam at one of the tables facing the front of the restaurant, where a nice breeze flowed through her section. The waiter handed her a menu and brought her a glass of water. "Look at you." Liam's voice came from a few feet away. "You look amazing." She jumped to her feet to hug him. "Me? You're like a freaking movie star." He took his sunglasses off and dropped them on the table. "Stop." "Okay, go on." She laughed and sat down. "I want to ask how you're doing, but I can tell it's amazingly well from what I can see." He winked and picked up his glass of water. "I can't complain." The waiter took their drink and food orders and left them alone. "So what's going on with you?" he asked. "That tan looks amazing on you." She giggled and shook her head. "Try working 10 to 12-hour days under the hot African sun. I'm lucky I tan, and not like some of my teammates who ended up sunburned badly." "It's all that hot Spanish blood in you." "Yeah, whatever," she grumbled. "I haven't seen tabloids, newspapers, or anything in forever. What have I missed?" "Well," Liam began, "it seems when you left, I was broken-hearted. Then I apparently hooked up with a mysterious woman nobody knows anything about." He brought his hand to his mouth and whispered, "She's my third cousin, but they haven't figured it out yet." He chuckled. "But now that you're back, they think we're going to finally tie the knot and live happily ever after, making gorgeous babies because we are two beautiful people." She laughed so hard tears almost ran down her cheeks. "Are you kidding me?" "Wish I were. I'd make a killing if I could make this stuff up." He picked up a piece of the fresh bread their waiter had placed on the table and dipped it into the olive oil and balsamic vinegar mix next to it. "Wow, people really have no clue," she said. "And how is your real love life?" "Well, not good. I was actually talking to someone, but she hates being in the limelight, so it got complicated and she broke things off." His shoulders dropped and he ate his bread. "What about you?" Her face instantly flamed. "What about me?" His eyes popped wide. "Oh, I know that face. You've been a naughty girl. What have you done, Parker?" She shook her head and waved a hand dismissively at him. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Did you meet someone?" he asked, and thanked the waiter after their food was delivered. "I guess, yeah." Fuck. Why was she thinking of him? She should forget the man. Her life was a mess, and she had no idea what she was going to do with herself. The last thing she needed was to get involved with anyone. "When?" 2 days ago? At Jade's wedding?" She stabbed her pasta and shrimp with enough force to make Liam clear his throat. "Did you have sex?" "Liam!" "What?" he asked, as if he'd said nothing wrong. "It's been 2 days. It's known to happen." "Yeah, okay, we did," she told him and ate her food. "Oh, man, you like him. More than just the sex, I can tell. Look at your face. It's like you're frustrated that we're even talking about this." He laughed and ate a meatball. "Why are you so annoyed about this? You haven't had a real relationship in... ever." "Exactly," she said gruffly. "I don't have time for one. I don't need it now of all times. I'm trying to figure out my life. I've been out of this country for most of the past 10 years. I'm going to have to establish my life and job before I even consider dating." "Wait," Liam asked with a frown. What do you mean, establish a job? You have a job at Nolan Foundation. You're the fucking head of the place. She shook her head, forking more of her shrimp. I gave my dad an ultimatum. I've been doing the job of the president without the recognition or title. I have to run everything by him. He picks apart all my ideas, and I'm tired of it. I am 35 years old. I'm not 22 and fresh out of college. I don't need him to tell me what to do with my job. She shrugged. I don't think he's going to let go of the foundation, and I'm not willing to stay there without having the right to make the best decisions for its future. I'm so sorry, Parker, Liam said, and grabbed her hand on the table, a sad look on his face. You're the most giving person I've ever met. You deserve that position. You've busted your ass for it. She nodded. She knew. But would her father see that? She didn't think so. It's all good, she sighed and glanced around the restaurant, her attention caught on a gorgeous redhead and a man that looked familiar. She watched his profile and frowned. He looked like Ryan. She took a drink of her wine and then glanced at Liam, who stared at her expectantly. I'm sorry, what did you say? I asked if you had any prospects in the job department in case the stuff with your dad doesn't work out. She glanced at the couple again, watching the man hold the other woman's hand on the table and squeeze. She beamed a smile at him and offered him a bite of her dessert. She glanced away. It was Ryan. The same Ryan she'd had sex with 2 nights ago. The same one she couldn't stop thinking about. He'd definitely moved on fast. She blinked and shook her head. Yeah, I think so. That's good. Liam glanced in the same direction she'd been looking. Do you know them? No. He looked familiar, but clearly he's not the man I thought. She sucked down her wine and hated that it bothered her to see Ryan with another woman. So what they'd had was only a night of passion. Damn it, she was still thinking of him. She'd secretly been hoping he would search her out, find her and want to start something. But from the looks of it, he'd found someone new. Well, I'll keep my ear out for any other nonprofit that needs new leadership, he said. I know my mom stays in charge of the children's hospital, but I'll let her know you're available if she needs any help. She smiled weakly at him. Thanks. With her appetite gone, all she wanted to do was get the fuck out of there. She needed to leave and forget all about Ryan. This was the universe letting her know she had to focus on herself and her life. Dessert? The waiter asked. Of course, Liam laughed. Since when do we ever come here and not have your delicious tiramisu, Charles? The waiter nodded with a smile and left. A busboy came and removed their plates, cleared off their table, and soon the dessert and coffee was brought to them. She dumped too much sugar and cream in her coffee due to her distraction, but drank it anyway. I'm not going to eat this alone, Liam said, offering her a fork for the large piece of tiramisu they usually shared. She took a bite and dared another glance at the other table. They had gotten up and were ready to leave. Ryan put his arm around the beautiful woman and turned his face toward them. She got a clear look at his face. There was no mistaking it. It was him. Her heart hurt. He kissed the woman and followed her out. She wanted to stomp over and smack him, to demand to know who she was and how dare he be with someone else already. But she'd been raised with enough manners that she had to bite her tongue and smile at Liam while eating dessert she wasn't in the mood for. You know, in Brunei, this little island in Borneo, cheating is considered a federal offense and adultery is punishable by death, she stated and slipped her fork in her mouth. Liam stopped his fork midway to his mouth and put it back on the plate. Are you okay? She nodded. I'm fine. Nope. No, she wasn't. For her to even remember that small factoid about Brunei, a small island she'd visited several years ago on her travels, made her wince. Ryan wasn't cheating on her. He wasn't even in a relationship with her. My God, I need to get a fucking life. I'm losing it here. It was a single fucking night, Parker. Get over yourself. I'm going to look for another job, and I'm going to be okay. Hey, Mom did say she might need help in a few months at the cancer fundraisers. He smiled with hope in his eyes. Maybe that's something you can talk to her about. She nodded. First things first. She was going to that meeting at TriStar Security and knocking the socks off whoever was hiring, because she needed to move on with her life. Being reliant on her family made her feel lost and confused. Her identity was at stake, and she needed to do her own thing, be a leader in her own right. After lunch, she rushed home to change. She got an email that the owner of TriStar Security wanted to meet that day with her. This was it. She needed this job. Independence was something she had to work hard for with such controlling parents. She picked up a power suit in beige with black heels and a bag to match. One thing she'd learned from her mother was how to put herself together. Fashion had been her mother's life. As the managing editor of a fashion magazine for years, she'd always looked her best and ensured Parker did as well. Though Parker had her own sense of style, she'd pulled a lot from her mom and created unique looks that worked for her. Portfolio in hand, she marched through the doors of TriStar Security, received a visitor's pass, and headed up to the top level. The receptionist on the top floor guided her to a conference room. "Mr. Wade will be with you shortly," she said, and closed the blinds that looked out into the hallway. Then she opened the ones that showed the skyline outside the building. "Would you like a drink? Water? Coffee?" "No, thank you. I'm okay." Parker sat there, taking deep breaths, and then stood to glance out the wall of glass. The city below seemed so peaceful and quiet. She glanced at the park in the distance, the trees lush and the lake so calm. There was a little canoe on the water moving slowly across the lake. The door opened and she inhaled, plastered a smile on her face, and turned to the shock of her life. Chapter 8. Parker's smile fell from her face. "You?" "Hello, Parker," Ryan said as he shut the door behind him, hitting the lock. "What are you doing here?" She gasped and shook her head. "Don't tell me you're R. Wade." He nodded, his gaze serious on her face. "I am." "Get the fuck out of here." She rushed to the table and grabbed her bag, portfolio, and turned to leave. He was right there, right in front of her. Only millimeters separated them. "Why are you rushing to go?" She gaped and growled. "You know very well this is some stupid sham meeting you set up. I don't know what your intentions are, but if you think we're going to hook up again just because we're both here, you're fucking crazy." He grabbed her shoulders and held her still. "Was it really so bad to spend that time with me at the wedding?" She stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. "Dude, it was one night. Get over yourself." He loomed over her, making her step back until she was flush against the conference table. "It was more than that, and you know it." She glared at him, her temper rising with every word he spoke. "Was it, Ryan? I don't know. It seems to me like all we did was fuck and move on with our lives." His features darkened. "I know you don't mean that. You know it was more than sex." "Fuck you," she said and pushed past him. "I came here for a job interview. Since this is clearly not a job interview, I'm leaving." "Stop," he said as she reached the door. "It is a job interview." Her heart raced and her emotions were in complete turmoil. The last thing she'd expected was to see him now. Not after that display of affection between him and the gorgeous redhead.
Is it? Or is this some sick way of you playing with me, dangling a job in front of me just to get me to come here?" His lips pressed into a tight line and his eyes flashed. "It is a real job interview." She didn't leave, but she didn't move toward him. "Go on." "We are having trouble with some of our younger Pride members, and I thought I could use your expertise." She raised her brows. What a line of bullshit. Then she thought about what her father would say about her not being able to control her grandfather's company. A bigger line of bullshit. Then he'd say he had hired someone else so she could go on a date with a nice man he knew. Then what would she do? She needed this job. "I'll stay and listen to what you have to say about this position. That's all. I don't want to hear anything about what happened." She let out a breath. "That night. Understand?" He gave a sharp nod. Her stomach churned so much she swore she'd start vomiting at any second. But she'd been raised to display zero discomfort in front of others. She marched around him and put her stuff down 2 seats away from where he stood. Her gaze never left his. "Tell me about this Pride." He stood staring at her for a moment, and she raised her brows, silently daring him to sit and speak to her about the job and nothing else. He pulled the chair back and sat. She noticed he'd changed his suit since lunch. Her mind immediately conjured thoughts of him having sex with the other woman and then changing his clothes. Fucking hell, why was her brain on a quest to make her insane? "TriStar Security has been my sole focus for several years. Growing it and having it become a worldwide company has dominated my time. That means I had zero time to check on the Pride. My uncle, the Pride's leader, had apparently let it go. His leadership was barely there, and the younger Tigers have made it their job to forget our most basic rule. Take care of our elders." She nodded. "Where's your uncle now?" "He's dead." He sat back on his chair and sighed. "Ben is the rightful heir and Pride leader by bloodline," he said. She sucked in a breath. "Ben? Jade's son, Ben?" "Yes. Ben's birth mother was Eaton's daughter. But Ben made it clear he's not interested, and he's happy with his family. Now the role falls on my shoulders. As I said, I've been out of touch with the Pride. So when I checked on everything, things had taken a drastic turn. The younger Tigers are being verbally and physically abusive of the elders." He inhaled hard and shook his head. "It pains me to say this, but they've lost their way. I need to help them learn to care for their elders once again, to remember why they are important to us, or the Pride will not survive." She frowned and opened her portfolio and took notes. The world right now is seeing a spike in the younger generations losing that connection and respect with their elders. She glanced at him. "When I was in Asia, one of the things I appreciated most was seeing the respect for older generations by the young. But it seems it's been lost in the West." "I won't allow it to destroy the Pride," he told her firmly. "Every one of the members work hard to ensure their offspring are taken care of. For those same offspring to go on and disrespect their parents and grandparents is disgusting." She nodded. "I agree. I need an intervention on a large scale. I don't know what to do." She pressed her lips together. "I can come up with some ideas. It would mean they'd have to spend time together, doing things with these elders. You'd need to separate them into small groups to work different projects. But it would mean they got in touch with history. Maybe remember why these people are so special to their Pride and their families." He nodded quickly. "That's what we need. I'm open to whatever you have in mind." "You'll need to take part as well," she told him. "You're their new leader. They need to see you are actively doing this as well. Lead by example." "I planned on it," he said. "I'll clear my schedule. This is of utmost priority." "Okay, I think this is definitely something I can help with."
She shut her portfolio and met his gaze. "I'll put a proposal together of what we can do and send it to you for approval. My fee will be included, as well as the number of projects we'll need to get them to know each other better." She cupped her cheek with her hand. "You see, because all the young people are only hanging with the young people, they have lost touch of what these older generations have done to make their lives easier. So we need to integrate them, make them spend time together." "You're right," he agreed. "I didn't think of how important it was for them to be together. I hadn't even thought of how little time the younger tigers spent with the elders. Everyone is so busy doing their own thing that they've all lost touch with each other." "Exactly. So we'll make them do things together. But more to honor their elders. It'll help the elders feel special, and the youth will see the good in their actions." "I knew contacting you was the right thing to do. You're perfect for this job." She gave a slight smile and stood. "Okay, I have everything I need for now. I'll probably email you some questions, and then we can discuss our first project." He stood as well. He stopped in front of the door, and she walked up to him, waiting to see what he'd do. "What changed?" he asked, his gaze boring into hers. She glared at him through narrowed eyes. "You tell me. I'm not the one who moved on to someone else." She opened the door and slipped out. It wasn't until she was safely in the elevator that she let go of the breath she'd been holding. What the fuck had just happened? Chapter 9. Ryan watched his mate march angrily toward the elevators, her hips swaying beautifully in her skirt suit. She looked professional, beautiful, and angry beyond words. He just didn't know why. He'd done nothing but put fires out since he'd last seen her, so where the idea that he'd moved on to someone else had come from confused him. He left the office and decided to check on the Pride elders. Barrick was handling some TriStar business, so he wasn't going to be around. When he got to the Pine Inn, he noticed very few of the younger tigers were around. "Where's Nigel?" he asked one of the young females working the front.
"He went to the lion's den. There's been some trouble with him and one of the lions," she said. "I don't really know what it's about."
She shrugged.
"So a group of them left to confront the guys over there."
He growled and rushed out the front door. The lion's den was not a place for tigers. It was a bar for the lions of Denali Ridge. Other shifters were not welcomed and would do well to stay away. He dialed Xander Kays, the leader for the Denali Ridge Pride. Xander's pride came from extreme affluence and great investments from the Pride elders. Xander's father had been a financial consultant way ahead of his time. Xander and his Pride owned several casinos by the beach and bars in town. Though the Pride had their own real estate, Xander was top lion in their part of town. He could normally be found in one of his casinos, and his top enforcer Julian handling the bars. "Xander, sorry to bother you."
"Ryan Wade. Long time no talk, brother. What's up?"
Xander asked.
"I tried calling Julian, but I couldn't reach him. I heard some of my cubs went to the lion's den. Apparently he and one of your guys have issues or something." "You're lucky I'm at the mountain this week. Julian's visiting a sick family member." Xander cursed. "Are your cubs looking for a death wish?" I know. They're being increasingly stupid, and I'm tempted to let them suffer whatever fate. But I'm in charge, and not doing anything to stop them only makes me seem heartless." "I'm on my way there now. I'm not far. I'll try to stop anyone from dying," he said. "But I don't promise anything." Fuck! Ryan glared at the empty road in front of him. He hoped Parker's ideas would be able to help out with getting the youth in control, or he would have to take some drastic measures. He dialed one of his enforcers, Kel. "Get to the lion's den. I'm almost there. We need to get Nigel and the other brainless youths out of there before they get themselves killed." "You got it."
When Ryan got to the lion's den, he heard the commotion of broken glass inside. He rushed to the door at the same time Xander arrived. They ran in together and caught sight of complete destruction. Ryan roared a stop, and everyone stood in place. He and Xander glared at the group. Nigel and one of the members of the Denali pride with a purple mohawk continued beating each other senseless. Thankfully, they'd yet to shift, so that gave Ryan a chance to stop them from seriously hurting themselves.
"Pine Pride Tigers," Ryan growled. "Outside. Now."
The others pulled Nigel and the lion apart. Then he and 6 other tigers walked past him. Nigel's glare was of no fear, and his attitude was unconcerned. Ryan turned to Xander.
"Give me a few minutes, and we can discuss how they're going to fix this."
Xander nodded. "These guys are going to help. After all,
they helped make the mess."
Ryan marched out, his tiger pushing to be let out to teach these idiot kids a lesson. He picked Nigel by the throat and slammed him up against a tree.
"Are you out of your fucking mind?" he snarled.
Nigel's confidence wavered, but he scowled hard at Ryan.
"Who the hell are you?" "You're Prime, that's who."
He squeezed the kid's throat and allowed him to see a flash of his animal over his features.
"I am the Alpha. Understand?"
Nigel glared, but nodded.
"I understand."
He squeezed tighter.
"Do you? Do you understand your loyalty belongs to me? Do you understand I lead this pride? I will not be questioned."
Nigel's face went beet red with the lack of oxygen. He gave another quick nod, and Ryan dropped him to the ground.
"You're a fucking disgrace," he snapped with disgust. "All of you." He glared at each of the young tigers. "How old are you?"
20, one said. 21, Nigel squeaked, clearing his throat. The rest replied with answers of 20 to 22 years old.
"You're supposed to be learning to make something of yourselves, and instead you willingly came to start trouble at another shifter's property?" he roared. "I hope you're also ready to make sure you fix the mess you made."
He pinned Nigel with a glare.
"You're all going to come back and help fix and clean up this place tomorrow, bright and early."
He glanced at all the tigers.
"Am I understood?"
They nodded. Nigel glanced at his feet and gave a quick nod.
"If I hear you start any more trouble with any other pack or pride," he stared at Nigel, "I'm going to take it upon myself to remove you from our pride. Do you understand?"
Nigel's tiger flickered in his eyes.
"Yes."
The kid was going to be trouble, and that was the last thing Ryan needed. When Kell arrived, he made it his responsibility for taking the youth back to the inn and putting them to work. He heard one of the boys asking Nigel why he didn't kill the lion. Nigel snarled for him to shut up, that Mark was going to get his ass handed to him. Ryan shook his head.
"This is all they're focused on, fighting with each other."
Kell nodded.
"I'm going to do my best to make sure they have a lot to do." "You'll also be here with them tomorrow," he told Kell. "You're going to make sure they do as they're told."
He glanced at the kids with disgust.
"Now you all need a fucking babysitter? You don't think Kell has better things to do?"
Kell growled.
"It's okay, Ryan. I'm happy to keep them in shape."
Ryan watched the kids pile into Kell's and another one of their cars and leave. He waited until Xander came out to talk to him.
"I'm really sorry for the mess," he said. "I'm having a hard time with these kids."
Xander nodded and slapped his shoulder.
"It's all good, Ryan. I know Eaton's passing took you by surprise. You weren't supposed to have that position for many years yet. He was only in his 50s.
Ryan sighed and rubbed the back of his neck.
"Yeah, I've got too much on my plate, and these kids are making everything that much harder." Tell me about it.
He watched the lions come out of the bar grumbling and saw the kid that had been fighting with Nigel, Mark, glare at him.
Is the one with the fucking purple hair going to be a problem?
Xander snorted.
I'll beat him senseless if he becomes one.
Ryan grunted.
This pride leader job is a lot more work than I expected. Don't worry, you'll get them in shape. Just treat them like your new employees at the security company.
That wasn't a bad idea.
They'll be back tomorrow to help clean the place up.
Xander grinned.
It's all good. The place was pretty empty. They were lucky. My harder crowd doesn't show up until nighttime.
Thank fuck for small miracles.
Xander chuckled. So what's up with you and Barrick? Have you guys mated yet? I heard about Dean and Gavin finding mates. Barrick is still getting all the skirts he can get his hands on. When he finds his mate, he'll be fucked for sure.
Xander barked a laugh.
You sound like a man who's got a mate and doesn't want one.
Oh, I want her, all right. Too fucking much.
Xander raised his brows. That's what I'm talking about. You finally found your one. He grinned. I'm proud of you. Don't be so quick. I've apparently offended her somehow. I don't even know what the hell I supposedly did to upset her. That's women for you. Is she shifter or human? Human.
Xander shook his head.
Yeah, you've got your work cut out for you. Tell me about it. Anyway, let me handle some pride stuff. I'll be sure to have these guys up here early. Don't be a stranger.
Xander walked him to his car.
We've never had the issues other shifters have. You've got my number. Call if you need to talk. Thanks.
He headed to his mother's home. He needed to talk to her. She was the only female he trusted to give him real-world advice. Unlike the youth of the Pride, Ryan respected his mom. He loved her, and he would kill anybody for her. When he got to her house, he immediately got the scent of cooking and knew where to find her.
"Mom!"
he called out as he walked to the back.
"In the kitchen,"
she yelled. He got into the kitchen and hugged her from behind, kissing her on the cheek and squeezing her tightly.
"Ryan," she laughed. "It's so good to see you."
She turned and smiled at him, happiness bright in her eyes. He loved his mom. When his father, Eaton's second in command, had been killed during an internal war, she'd taken the reins and cared for her kids without asking anyone for anything. She'd taken all their funds and handed them to Ryan and Barrick and encouraged them to start their own business. Something for them. They'd made TriStar Security a success, and in the process, ensured their mother would never need anything.
"How are you?"
he asked, checking her over for any illness.
"Son, I'm fine."
She went back to searing steak on a cast-iron skillet.
"I had a feeling you'd be coming by, so I decided to make you an early dinner."
He still couldn't figure out how she always guessed when he or Barrick were coming over. But she always did, and there was always food ready for them to eat.
"You're secretly a witch, aren't you?"
he asked, and sat at the dinner table.
"No," she chuckled. "I'm just in tune to my boys. We're always going to have a mother-son link that I like to use to make sure I have snacks ready when you come over."
He laughed and watched her plate the steaks. She put one plate in front of him and the other across the table. Then she opened the oven and took out a platter of mashed potatoes and another of broccoli.
"You're the best, Mom."
She nodded.
"I know."
He picked up his cutlery and began to cut up his meat. His mom went to the fridge and grabbed 2 cans of soda and filled 2 cups with ice.
"This is delicious,"
he said between bites. She put a glass filled with soda in front of him and sat.
"I know."
"Mom!"
A soft giggle sounded from her, and she winked. Want to tell me what's troubling you? He ate several bites of his food before he spoke.
There's a lot going on right now. The youth of the Pride are uncontrollable. It's like they have a death wish. Today they went to the lion's den and started a fight with Xander's guys.
She made a face. That's not good at all. We've always been on good terms with the Denali Ridge Lions.
I know. It's been one thing after another. I heard they've been abusive to their elders, too.
She gasped. Really? That's horrible. I'll have to call around and find out what's happening. She frowned. With me living farther away from the Pride, I miss out on a lot of what's happening.
Don't worry about it, Mom. I'll handle it.
So what else is on your mind? He gave her a look. He knew it was useless to keep things from her.
I met my mate.
Her eyes twinkled with excitement. I'm so happy for you, Ryan. I'm sure she's beautiful.
She is. And hard-headed, stubborn, angry, confusing. The list goes on.
His mother laughed hard for several moments. Oh, now I can't wait for you to be mates.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. She can't stand me.
Apparently I did something that I don't know about, and she doesn't want to talk to me unless it's work-related. She cocked her head. Work-related?
I hired her to help me come up with some ideas on reconnecting the youth with the elders. She's worked for her family's foundation for a long time. She's pretty good at bringing communities together.
She sounds wonderful.
She is, he grumbled. And frustrating, sexy, has gorgeous eyes and an amazing smile, is completely pig-headed, and can cut a man down to nothing with a single glare.
His mother choked on her soda. I really like her, and I've yet to meet her.
You'll meet her soon. It's just going to take some work.
He sighed.
I don't know how to make up for what I supposedly did.
She laughed and shook her head. Honey, have you not learned anything about women?
Apparently not.
Ryan!
What? I'm tired, frustrated, and all I'd like is for her to talk to me.
She stared at him as if he were an idiot. So talk to her.
She doesn't want to talk about us.
He drank his soda and thought of how angry and hurt Parker had been. He wanted to ask more of what it was she meant, but she'd been too furious, and he didn't want to mess up the possibility of her helping him with his pride by pushing her on the subject. Fuck, but he wanted her. She was his. When he saw her in that outfit, all he thought of was shoving her skirt up and bending her over the table until she came on his dick. Her scent had driven him insane the entire meeting. His tiger demanded he take her. He wanted her.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Parker had been hurt by something she'd thought he'd done. If he could only find out what it was, he could clear things up between them.
Mom, she won't talk to me.
His mother cursed. Ryan gaped at her angry face. Since when did I raise you to be an idiot? Mom? Don't mom me, boy. You forgot the way to a woman's heart?
Mom, I've never been interested in the way to a woman's heart until now. Other parts of her body, that's another story, he said honestly.
She rolled her eyes. You sound like Barrick. Think, Ryan, when your father upset me, what did he do? His father would buy his mother's favorite flowers and humbly ask her to listen to his side of the story.
And how am I supposed to find out this information?
She smacked him upside the head. Really, son, your stupidity is starting to worry me. How did you meet her? Who is she? The internet? Social media? I don't know. You're the young one with the security company that can access people's whole lives.
Right.
Fucking hell, he really was an idiot. He'd been so wrapped up in her being angry at him, he hadn't thought of ways to get her to speak to him.
After dinner, he left his mother's house and went home. He pulled up everything he could find on Parker Nolan. Her favorite flowers, according to a magazine article, were pink peonies. She loved cotton candy Jolly Ranchers and blue M&Ms. Her favorite food was pizza, and she loved singing along to Disney movies. He laughed at that bit of information. Apparently, she had a massive library of books she collected through her years of travel. She loved antique books and first editions. An idea came to mind, and he got to work. He'd get to talk to Parker, even if he had to do it with a bit of manipulation. Chapter 10. Parker sat on her living room sofa, laptop on her lap, the fireplace on and the television on mute while she worked. She shoved a strand of wet hair behind her ear and sighed. That bath had worked wonders to help her relax. Some of her best ideas came to her in the bathroom. It was why she had a tub desk, but she'd focused on relaxing for tonight's bath. She glanced at her list of questions for Ryan and the ideas she had on how to reconnect the community of younger and older tigers. Her first idea was going to be something she hadn't done since her college years, but something she found helped her feel connected to the people she'd worked with. Her phone rang. "Hey, Harry, what's up?"
"You have a delivery."
She glanced at the time. It had to be her pizza.
"Thanks, send it up."
Back at work, she became distracted with her email until her doorbell chimed. Padding on her soft carpet barefoot, she walked to the door and opened it with a smile. Her smile froze when she saw the massive bouquet of pink peonies in front of her.
"Oh my God," she gasped. "You can put them in here," she said, unable to see the delivery man from behind the huge bouquet.
She rushed to clear the coffee table and watched him place them down. Once he put them down, she moved them until they were at the center of the table. Staring at them in awe, she forgot all about the delivery. "They're beautiful." She frowned at the flowers with confusion.
"I don't see a card," she said, and glanced back at the delivery guy,
who'd backed away to stand behind her while she'd been busy gushing over her peonies. Ryan had shut the front door and was busy walking back to her.
"I'm glad you like them." "What are you doing here?"
She turned to look at the flowers.
"You think bringing me flowers is going to make me forget what I saw?"
He raised his hands in surrender.
"Hold on, Parker. I think we need to talk."
She folded her arms in front of her chest and glared at him, her blue eyes blazing angrily.
"I don't think we do. Unless it's about my job, there's nothing to discuss."
"Look." He took a step closer to her.
"I did something that upset you. I don't know what it was, but I'm sorry."
She gaped at him.
"You're sorry? You don't know what it was? How about tall, leggy, and red hair? Does that ring any bells?"
He stared at her blankly.
"No." "Are you for real?" she accused. "Do you sleep with that many women that you can't remember the one you were with this afternoon?" "Hold on a second," he said. "I've been in my office all day. I don't know what you're talking about."
She laughed, a dry, bitter sound that made her chest hurt.
God, how stupid was she that she wanted to believe him? "Ryan, I saw you. I saw you at Lucio's at lunchtime. You were busy making out with a gorgeous redhead. You can deny it all you want. I saw you." "You didn't see me."
She wasn't moved.
"I don't believe you. I believe my eyes. I saw you. Clearly. You were less than 10 feet away from me." "Impossible," he argued. "I was in my office."
Then he stopped and rubbed his forehead with one hand.
"Wait, you saw me?"
Her heart shattered then. The way his shoulders dropped, it was clear she'd been right. He was about to confess to being with the redhead.
"Yes, I saw you."
He pulled his phone out of his pocket and pressed a button, then handed it to her, and she realized it was a FaceTime call. It was dialing Barrick.
"What's up?"
Ryan's face answered. She gasped and stared at the phone screen, then at Ryan.
"What the fuck is this?"
"Oh, hello, beautiful Parker. Is it time to meet the family?"
the other Ryan said.
"I'm Barrick, Ryan's younger and better-looking twin."
Disbelief held her immobile.
"You look the same,"
she whispered.
"I beg to differ,"
Barrick grinned, showing a much more carefree smile than any Ryan had ever given her.
"I have been told I am the better-looking of us two." "Where were you for lunch today, Barrick?" Ryan growled. I was handling the Pine Inn," he said.
"Barrick, who was the redhead?" Ryan snapped. "Answer me now."
Barrick winced. "Fine. She was a friend. We met up for lunch. Jeez, I still went to the Pine Inn after. What's the big deal?"
"You were at Lucio's?"
Parker asked, her confusion now complete astonishment.
Barrick grinned at her. "Yeah, they have the best Italian food. My lady friend wanted to eat there." "Hey, so—"
Ryan pressed the end call button. Her system was in shock. She wasn't sure how to react. Ryan had a twin? An identical twin. She handed him his phone back and walked to her sofa, sat down, and stared at her flowers. He sat beside her and grabbed her hand.
"Parker, what happened between us at the wedding wasn't just sex."
She lifted her head and turned to look at him.
"There's two of you?"
His lips twitched. "Yeah, I'm older by a minute."
"So—"
He cupped her face and stared at her with tenderness.
"I don't want anyone else. I haven't moved on, Parker."
"Fuck." He pulled her close and pressed his forehead to hers.
"I can't fucking sleep thinking of you. Do you think I could just let go of what happened between us that fast?"
She gulped, her heart beating double time and her emotions all over the place.
"I thought you had."
"No, love. I need you. I want more time with you, Parker."
He brushed his lips with hers.
"I want all the time with you."
She leaned in, finally giving in to her desperate feelings of need for him. The kiss that started softly burned brighter and hotter in seconds than any other kiss she'd ever had. He pulled her onto his lap and devoured her mouth with his. Their tongues twined, and he nibbled her lips with his teeth. She moaned. She'd been dying for this. For him. It was scary to admit how badly she'd wanted to see him again, how she'd wanted them to have a chance at something more after that night. Ryan pulled back from the kiss and stared at her face.
"I should have known this had something to do with Barrick. I've just been so busy trying to figure out the pride problems, I didn't even realize there was a possibility he was the cause of your anger."
She blinked and sniffed. "Ryan, this is the first time in my life a guy has said it wasn't him I saw with my own eyes, and it really wasn't him." She burst into giggles at the whole situation.
"I kept thinking you must think I'm stupid to keep saying it was you."
She curled her arms around his shoulders and hugged him. "I'm really glad you came," she sighed. "I'd hoped that maybe after what happened at the wedding, we could spend more time together." He kissed her jaw.
"I'd been dying to see you. The job had been the perfect opportunity to get you to help me and at the same time see how you felt about us doing more."
He brushed another kiss over her lips.
"Being more."
Her doorbell rang again. She hopped off his lap and headed for the door.
"That's my pizza."
He laughed at her enthusiasm. She took the pizza and thanked the guy.
"Is pizza free now?" he asked. "You didn't pay him." She shook her head and snorted. I did it on the app. I reorder the same thing all the time. They already know me. But I'm able to pay and put the tip in on the app, so no need for me to have any cash at hand. Do you want some pizza? She asked, placing the box next to her bouquet of flowers. I'll get some plates. He pulled her back into his arms. I want pizza. Later. Right now, I want you. He leaned down and took her lips, their kiss hot and hard, and she forgot all about the pizza. She'd been wanting more of Ryan since the last time they'd been together. Now she had the chance to see where things could go with him, and she was going to take it.
Chapter 11. Ryan kissed her hard, her soft moans making him crazy and desperate to get her naked. Fuck. He'd never wanted a woman like he did Parker. She was it. His one, his only. He glanced around, then pushed her back to the arm of the sofa nearest them. There he tore her tank top off her and shoved her shorts off. She yanked at his t-shirt and whimpered the moment the material came off. Her hands caressed his torso, nails raking down his chest and abs. Your skin's so hot, she gasped. She leaned forward and unzipped and shoved down his jeans, her hand going for his hard cock instantly. So hot. He grunted and cupped the back of her head, holding her still so he could kiss her harder and bite on her luscious lips. Fuck, Parker. I want you. She licked her lips and stroked his dick. I want you too. So much. With a soft sigh, she kissed his chest and squeezed his cock. Pumping him up and down as she licked her way down his chest, he tensed and watched her slide down to his length. She met his gaze. That can wait, he said. She shook her head. Not for me. A slow lick from root to tip, and then he was in her mouth. She hollowed her cheeks and took him deep until he sensed her throat closing around him. Then she pulled back, his cock slick with her saliva. She gripped his ass cheeks, taking him down her throat again and then back out. He loved how she moaned and groaned, the vibration on his cock making it hard for him to hold on. Fuck, he grunted. Your mouth is so perfect. She sucked harder, and he growled, his body tensing even more. He had a hard time clinging to his control. He watched her take his balls in her mouth and suck them. Then she slid up his length once again and took him deep. She pulled back and pressed forth, faster, harder. It took him a moment to realize he was the one thrusting into her mouth. Harder and harder. She took him deep, her throat and cheeks tight around him, and the heat of her mouth making it impossible for him to hang on for much longer. She sucked him hard, flicking her tongue on the crown of his cock. He grunted and pulled back. His cock jerked, spilling his cum on her lips and chest. Ryan watched her lick his cum off her lips and lost the last bit of whatever was holding him back. He picked her up and set her on the sofa arm, spread her thighs wide, and shoved his face into her pussy so fast all he heard was her squeal. He licked at her folds, loving the taste of her need for him. She was slick and hot. He rubbed his tongue on her clit, feeling her body tremble with each lick. Her scent drove his animal crazy. Like the sweetest honey. He wanted to eat her whole. She was fucking delicious. He watched her body shake as her orgasm took over. She moaned, and then when she was at her peak, he sucked her clit into his mouth and watched her come apart. Ryan, oh God, she screamed. He loved that she'd called out to him with her orgasm. Her pussy drenched his face in her honey. He licked and sucked, but knew it would never be fucking enough. He could live with his face between her legs.
He stood and immediately placed the head of his cock at her entrance. She was still sucking breaths and coming down from her orgasm. Her pussy clasped around him like a vice. He felt the small ripples in her sex. She was coming again. "You're coming just from having me inside you," he grunted, pulled back, and thrust hard. She whimpered and clung to him, her legs wrapped around his waist and her arms around his neck. He carried her to the dining room table and set her there, her ass on the edge. She leaned back on her elbows. He lifted her legs to his shoulders and stroked hard. "Ryan, please." He fucked her harder, faster, longer. His entire body was focused solely on making her come. He thrust in and out. She screamed the harder he drove into her. Her pussy gripped at his cock, and her body continued to tremble with each thrust. The sound of skin slapping made him harder than ever. Knowing it was his cock sliding into her pussy that made that sound was music to his ears. "Fuck, Parker," he growled, his animal at the edge of his skin, his fingers turning to claws and breaking her pale flesh. The harder he gripped her, the more she whimpered. Then she gasped, her body coated in sweat and her gaze focused on him. A soft scream fell from her lips as her pussy tightened so hard he growled and let her take him with her. Her orgasm pulled them both in. He jerked into her. Another scream and her channel sucked the cum out of him, taking him deep and quivering around him. He shuddered, his dick in her pussy and his gaze on her face. She licked her lips and sat up. He kissed her then, rubbing his scent on her breasts, and flicked a nipple with his thumb. She mewled and leaned into his body. He took her to the sofa and lay there with her over him. "I missed you," he admitted. He hated that he had to say that, but he wanted her to know how she affected him. She raised her head from his chest and looked into his eyes. "I missed you too. What do we do now?" He gulped. He wanted to ask her to be his mate, to bear his cubs, to live with him forever. But he had a feeling that wouldn't go over so well right now. "What do you want to do?" A slow smile spread over her lips. "Eat some pizza and talk?" He guessed that was better than her sending him home. He knew humans weren't shifters. They didn't have that innate sense of having a mate. But he would show Parker that she was the only woman he wanted, the only woman he needed. Chapter 12. "What do you want to know?" Parker asked, biting on her slice of pizza and leaning back on the sofa. "I'm open to anything." He raised his brows and thought for a moment. "How long does it take you to put your laundry away after you wash it?" She choked on her pizza and started laughing. "Are you serious? That's what you want to know?" He nodded with a grin. "Come on, spill. I can see by how clean your place is that you don't do laundry yourself." "Hey," she admonished. "I'll have you know, this place has a laundry room, and sometimes I do the laundry myself. But," she admitted, "other times there's a lovely housekeeper that helps me out and keeps everything going." She raised a hand. "Before you judge, she came with the penthouse. What type of person would I be to let go of a 60-year-old lady who's only ever known this as her job?" "Good point. Okay, so when you do the laundry, how long does it take you to put it away?" She made a disgusted face. "I don't. I wait for Ramona to come and she does it for me." He started laughing and she smacked him on the side. "Fine. How long does it take you?" He drank from his soda and pointed his pizza at her. "That's going to be your question to me? You're sure?" She growled. "No, that's not the one I want to ask." She narrowed her eyes at him. "You're a cheater." He chuckled and ate his pizza. "Your go." "Fine.
How often do you clean your bathroom? He made a guilty face, and she giggled uncontrollably. Ha! She laughed. I knew it. I'm a busy man. She giggled harder. You're a pig, aren't you? No, I'm a tiger. She snorted. Whatever. Okay, my turn. What's the craziest thing you've done this year?
She thought about it for a moment and then wiped her hands.
You sure you're ready for this? Hit me, he said, and ate another bite.
I was in Somalia setting up a new hospital. There's so much civil unrest in that country. It's incredibly dangerous for anyone to be out day or night. She put her pizza down and thought back to the events of that night. I was staying with some of my father's friends, but went for a walk on their land. I got to the edge of their property where they had a large gate and guards patrolling day and night. He stopped eating and stared at her. She smiled and squeezed his hand. I had my gun. My dad's friend is the head of the Defense Department and military commander. He gave me a gun and told me to use it if need be, that he would make sure I was always protected.
He gave you a gun?
She nodded. Before I went overseas, my father insisted I take self-defense of all types, from hand-to-hand combat to shooting lessons. I'm a really good shot. I've been shooting and hunting most of my life. She sighed. My father really wanted a son, hence the name Parker, but that's another story.
So what happened?
I was by the gate and saw two of the guys dragging a young girl off. She couldn't have been more than 12 years old. They were telling her she was going to be one of their brides. She scowled. I was disgusted. I glanced around, looking for the guys that patrolled the house I was staying at, but they weren't around. So I shot them.
You what?
He gasped, his jaw hanging.
I shot them.
Not to kill them, but to get them to let the girl go. She was screaming for help, and there was no one around to help her. I had to do something. He blinked wide eyes at her.
So what happened after that?
She laughed at how interested he was in her story. Nothing. Because it was so dark, they didn't see where the shots came from. They just limped away.
And the girl?
She took a sip of her soda. She did see me, but she started running and got away. The next day, she came by to thank me. I told her that it was dangerous to be out alone, much less at night. She sighed. She was with a friend and made the mistake of taking a shortcut home that led her to those guys. I think she learned a lesson.
That's fucking amazing, he said, and cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. I don't know if I should be kissing you or spanking you for putting yourself in danger.
She laughed and kissed him back. I wasn't, not really. They didn't see me, and as long as I stayed within the gates of his home, I was protected.
Anything could have happened to you, he told her.
But it didn't. My turn. What's the one thing you want but don't have? She put her soda down and watched him. He stared at her for a long time, and she wondered if he'd gotten so lost in thought he forgot she was even there.
A family, a mate, kids.
He glanced at the fire.
My parents were great, a good team. My mom is an amazing mother, and I always wanted what they had. A family.
She gulped, but chose to ask the next question anyway.
Why don't you have one already? I hadn't found my mate yet.
She frowned. You hadn't? His eyes flashed gold.
I have now.
Oh, boy. Your turn.
Do you like kids?
She sighed.
Okay. At least he wasn't asking her if she wanted to have his babies.
How weird would it be if she said yes to that?
I do. I've had to teach small children and big children in my travels. I've assisted medical procedures. I've fallen in love countless times with babies and kids that needed help. So yeah, I like kids.
She glanced at his thoughtful face.
You okay? He nodded. Up until this moment, I didn't realize just how perfect you truly are to help pull my pride back together. She grinned. I'm glad you think that.
She got up to take the empty pizza box to the garbage.
Wanna watch a movie? He groaned. Is it a chick flick? She laughed all the way back to the sofa. A chick flick? Oh, you mean stuff with emotions and feelings? He chuckled and blushed. She leaned in and kissed him. Don't worry. I'd rather watch something with some action. His eyes lit up. Really? Yep. Favorite actor of all time? He asked. Bruce Willis, she tossed back. By the way, if you start telling me Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, I will hurt you. Do you want to get married now or wait a little bit? She burst into laughter and smacked his side. Cut it out. Pick a movie and I'll get a blanket.
She was on her way back to the sofa when she stopped and watched him flicking through the movies. She'd never done this with any other man before. Her previous dates consisted of dinners somewhere else. The few times there was sex, it happened at the guy's place. This was the first time she was sharing her space with a man. One she really liked. One she felt way too strongly for too quickly. Her stomach clenched. She needed to remember to take it easy. This could all blow up in her face. Sure, Ryan was hot and cute and thoughtful, but was she ready for this? She wasn't one to put down roots. She liked to be able to up and go whenever she felt locked in. Ryan was definitely going to be someone that would want more than just a casual relationship.
You okay over there?
He asked, staring at her intently.
You look a little scared.
She smiled and walked over to him. Her heart lightened at the look he gave her. He wanted her. He truly wanted to spend time with her and be with her. She might not be ready to think about more than that right at that moment, but that was enough. I'm good. She cupped his face and kissed him. I'm so good. He cuddled her close and played one of her favorite movies. It had lots of explosions, swearing, and gunfights. Chapter 13. The next morning, Parker stretched in bed and glanced at the note next to her pillow.
P, I had to handle some pride business. Didn't want to wake you up, but I kissed you before I left. I couldn't help myself. You're always delicious. Let me know what time you want to meet up to discuss the projects for the pride. I saved my number in your phone. Love, R.
She grinned and realized she looked like an idiot hugging the note to her chest. She got up and showered and slipped into some jeans, a cute top, and some heeled sandals. Parker emailed her list of ideas to Ryan and then texted him to let him know her schedule. She was meeting her mother for lunch, so she would be able to see him afterward. She had Harry bring out her G-Wagon today. She loved driving the car her mom disliked the most. She said it was an ugly vehicle, but Parker didn't give a crap. Her collection had been inherited from her grandfather's estate, along with many other things, and she enjoyed driving all the cars. It kept her granddad's memory alive. At her parents' estate, she waved at the camera and the security gate opened. She drove up to the house and hopped out and smiled at the gardener. Hey, Lucas, how's the family?
Miss Parker, they're great. How was Africa?
She sighed. Sad, Lucas. Tell Melina and the kids I said hello.
I will, Miss Parker. Good seeing you.
She went inside the house and blinked at the gorgeous flowers all over the place.
Mom? Parker, honey, her mother admonished. You don't need to yell.
She kissed her mom on both sides of the face like she loved to do. How are you?
Good, darling.
Her mother glanced at her up and down.
You lost weight.
Parker rolled her eyes. Don't sound so happy, Mom. I had too much happening while I was away to worry about eating sometimes.
That doesn't mean I've decided to suddenly go on a diet and turn myself into the Barbie doll of your dreams, okay? Parker, watch your tone. I'm just glad you lost a little weight. Parker chuckled. Don't be too happy. I'm ready to gain it back. Her mother pressed her lips in a line and shook her head. Come on, lunch is being served out by the pool. Her parents' home was unlike any she'd ever seen. It was a massive estate with gorgeous manicured lawns. Though Gavin and Dean's home had the best garden, hands down, her parents had an amazing pool, and the entire house was on a slight hill that overlooked the water. The inside was like a freaking castle. The floors were so clean and shiny, she could put on a pair of socks and slide around just for fun. She'd done that for many years as a kid. Outside, the cooks had set up a beautiful table with fruit, vegetables, and seafood. Wow, Mom, this looks great. Her mother beamed. Thank you. I wanted something special to celebrate your return. Then she sighed. Rita made that cake you like, even though I told her we shouldn't encourage your sweet tooth. She grinned at Rita when she brought a platter of fresh-baked croissants and rolls. I love you, Rita. Welcome home, Parker. Her mother frowned. Eat, and tell me what you've been up to since you arrived. Well, Mom, I met this gorgeous guy at Jade's wedding, and we went to her garden and fucked like rabbits. Parker, stop playing. I'm serious, her mom said without missing a beat. Why must you always make light of any question I ask? Sorry, Mom, she said and picked up a croissant. Jade's wedding was beautiful. Why didn't you go again? Her mother raised a blonde brow and stared at Parker, her blue eyes emotionless. I had a charity dinner to attend. You know I am the head of the Disabled Veterans Charity Foundation. She nodded. That wasn't one of the ones Parker's company foundation sponsored. Her mother had her own charity she handled from her own father's company. She's your niece, Mom. You could have skipped the dinner and gone to her wedding. Half-niece, her mother replied, and placed 3 pieces of vegetables and some shrimp and baked fish on her plate. So, her mom smiled conspiratorially. Liam's mom said you were having lunch yesterday. Parker groaned. Mom, it's not gonna happen. Liam is my friend. We aren't going to suddenly fall in love and get married. It's been known to happen amongst other friends. Her mother smiled excitedly, as if she hadn't heard a word out of Parker's mouth. Mom, he's like a brother to me. That would be... Ew. You're too picky, Parker. You need to settle down already. You're 35 years old and you're not getting any younger. Her mom picked her food apart, cutting everything into tiny bits and then slipped a little bite into her mouth. Parker frowned at her mom. Why are you so interested in me getting married anyway? I have goals and dreams, even if I did get married. She thought of Ryan and her heart flipped. I want to work and keep the foundation going. Her mom's gaze jerked up from her plate. Have you spoken to your father? She sucked in a breath. Not yet. Why? Nothing, dear. I just think he'd like to see your future husband lead the foundation and the company. What? Parker gasped. I've been doing everything for this foundation for 10 years, and even when I was in college, I was learning from Grandpa. And you're telling me Dad doesn't trust me to be in charge of it? Her mother waved a hand as if unbothered by her frustration. It's not that, darling. He just wants to see you settle down. We both do. She couldn't believe that her own parents didn't trust her to do the one thing she'd been dedicating herself to for over a decade. It broke her heart and made her so angry she had to get up and go. Her mother glanced at her, confusion in her gaze. Where are you going? I can't do this, Mom. I gotta go. She picked 2 of the croissants from the basket and rushed out. How could they do that to her? How could they not see how they were hurting her? Did they just not care?
Chapter 14. Parker drove to Ryan's office on a whim. She hadn't spoken to him yet, and she knew that he was busy, but she couldn't help it. She needed someone who gave a shit right then. She gave her name at the front desk and saw the other Ryan walking past her. "Barrick?" she asked tentatively. He turned to her and smiled.
"Hey, Parker."
He hugged her and kissed her cheek.
"Good to finally meet you."
He glanced at his watch.
"Ryan's actually over at the Pine Inn. Come on, I'll take you."
"Oh, no, it's okay," she fumbled. "I didn't realize he wasn't here."
"It's no problem," Barrick told her. "I'm sure he'll be happy to see you."
"Really?" she asked. He wouldn't be annoyed that she showed up unannounced?
"Of course. It's you."
Parker raised her brows but followed beside him to his SUV. He held the passenger door open for her, and she sat there, wondering if she was intruding on Ryan's personal time.
"So I hear you're going to help us whip these young tigers into shape and help bring the community back together?"
Barrick grinned.
"No pressure, though."
She laughed at the way he said it. "I'm hoping my ideas help. I've never actually dealt with a pride or shifters before, so I'm not really sure how any of what I have planned will pan out with your people."
"You have ideas," he said. "That's more than Ryan and I have. We're up to our necks with work and don't have enough time to come up with solutions to these problems."
She nodded. "I'm sure. I was thinking one of the ways we can reintegrate your community is by helping give elder homes a facelift. Having the youth go into your elders' homes and help them organize, paint, and rebuild whatever they need will help them reconnect. Talk. But that's just one idea I have."
"That's a great idea. We have a team of people that is normally called when someone needs something fixed, but by giving these kids a job, we're taking them off the streets and giving them focus and direction."
He nodded.
"Ryan was right. You are the right person for this job."
She grinned and shrugged. "I don't know about all that, but I have a list of things we can try. The first one is my favorite." Barrick raised his brows.
"Oh, yeah? What's that?"
She stared at him as he drove. Now that she looked at him more closely, she could see the differences between him and Ryan. Barrick's smile was more carefree and had a dimple on the left cheek. I think the kids should give their elders a free computer class. A lot of elderly have a hard time with things as simple as email and using social media. These kids love that stuff. Why not have them teach them how to do it? It'll help them bond over something that interests both parties."
"You're a genius."
Barrick stopped.
"We're here."
They hopped out of his SUV, and she caught sight of the Pine Inn. It was a beautiful cabin-type inn with 5 floors. All rooms appeared to have a balcony, and the entrance had a gorgeous wraparound balcony as well. "This is so pretty." She followed Barrick inside and was astounded by the natural beauty of the place. The big chandelier hanging from the center of the lobby and all the gorgeous flowers at every table. She was busy staring at a setup of sunflowers that went along with the lobby's decor.
"I can't believe this."
Ryan's voice sounded coming down the hall. She turned to watch him. He was frowning at the man next to him. He seemed tense and tired.
"Hey, Ryan, I brought you a present," Barrick yelled.
Ryan glanced at her, and his features softened. A smile spread over his lips. He rushed over to hug and kiss her. She kissed him back because, damn it, she needed it. She'd had a shitty lunch with her mom, and now, being with Ryan, she felt so right. He pulled back but continued holding her.
"What are you doing here?"
She shrugged. "I went to your office to see if you wanted to have some lunch, but you weren't there." Barrick cleared his throat.
"So I offered to bring her over to you." He slapped Ryan's back and walked away. Don't say I never gave you anything.
Ryan turned to the man who'd been walking with him and called him over.
Kel, this is Parker Nolan, my mate. Parker, this is Kel. He's one of my enforcers. He's been trying to handle the unruly kids in our pride.
He pointed at Kel's bald head.
As you can see, he's lost his hair from the stress.
They all laughed.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Nolan. I hope your ideas can help us get these kids under control.
He shook her hand.
I'm running out of things to do with them.
She smiled and turned to Ryan. Actually, I sent you my proposal earlier, but I guess you haven't had a chance to look at it. I'd be happy to make my first suggestion now.
Okay, Ryan said. What do you have in mind?
What exactly is this place?
She laughed. Hang on, that was a stupid question. It's obviously an inn, but who profits from this business? The entire pride.
She raised her brows. Really? So you mean to tell me everyone gets paid from the profits?
He nodded. We have employees. They make a salary. Then we have our profits. Everyone who works or has worked at the inn is a shareholder.
And do you have many young people here?
Working? Not really. We've tried to get them to join in the workforce, but they're not interested.
She tapped her chin. She might have an idea for that. But first, community re-engagement. I think the first thing you should do is assign an elder to each of your youth and have the kids teach the older ones how to use a computer, how to check social media, and how to send an email. Ryan stared at her for a moment.
That's fantastic. It'll force them to engage with each other.
She nodded. And they'll all be doing something they enjoy. Do you have a library or a big conference center with computers? We can have an all-day session where we can have elders come in and get paired up with one of the younger tigers and get a crash course on computers or smartphones.
We have the big ballroom,
Kel said.
We can even have the kids themselves set everything up and take it down when we're done.
Perfect, she said.
Isla.
Kel called to the lobby and a young woman came over.
Isla, this is Miss Nolan.
Hi, Isla. Call me Parker. Isla smiled, her short blonde hair swaying over her shoulder as she glanced from one person to the other. Hi, Parker.
Isla, Parker is going to help with community re-engagement, and she's going to need your help. Do you mind giving up some time to help her out?
Isla's smile widened. I'm happy to help. I'm going to need you to make some flyers, something fun and attention-grabbing with big letters for anyone with sight issues, Parker said. She turned to Kel. Can you give her details of what to put on it, and this way we can get that going right away?
Absolutely.
She watched them walk away, discussing the flyer, and then turned to Ryan. Can I take you for lunch? The way his eyes popped open made her giggle.
You're asking me out on a date?
She laughed hard and kissed his cheek. Yes, I am. So what do you say, Mr. Wade? Can I bribe you with some food? He glanced at his watch.
It's kind of late for lunch, but I'll take any time with you.
He grabbed her by the hand and an electric zing traveled through her.
Come on, I have the perfect spot for us to go.
He stopped at the kitchen and grabbed a picnic basket. Then he glanced down at her shoes.
You're going to break your neck if you go down to the ridge with those on.
She shrugged. What do you suggest we do? I don't have another pair with me. He grinned and handed her the basket.
Hold this.
Then he picked her up in his arms and she squealed. Are you insane? I weigh a ton.
On what planet? You barely weigh anything.
He chuckled and started walking into the woods.
There's a meadow past those trees, he said. We're going to sit there and have a picnic and look down at the city.
He set her down after walking for several minutes, and she glanced over the ridge. Wow, that's gorgeous. They put the blanket under a large tree with shade and sat, looking over the ridge. I have something to confess, she said with a sigh. He stared at her and pulled food out of the basket.
What's wrong?
I was having lunch with my mother, and she said some stuff that bothered me. That's why I went looking for you. She slipped her wedges off and curled her feet under her. I needed to be with someone who believed in me, she said. You kept telling me how you felt I was so perfect for this job. I just needed to hear something positive like that. He scooted over next to her and pulled her in his arms.
I don't know what happened with your mom or why you two had a falling out, but I do believe in you.
He cupped her chin and looked deep into her eyes.
I know you're great at what you do. My instinct tells me so.
Thanks. Seriously, I don't know how to thank you for those words.
Want to tell me what's going on with your mom?
She gave a dry laugh. What isn't? My parents want me to marry someone who will make me a baby-making machine, and that's going to be the extent of my life. They don't think any of the work I've been doing for the foundation for over a decade means anything. My father wants to pass the reins of the foundation and the company to my future husband. They just want me to be my mom, hosting dinners, having babies that a nanny raises, and get a ton of Botox. That's the life they envision for me. He winced.
That doesn't sound very fun.
It's why I don't like being here. I can never last more than a few months before I'm gone again. I know running from my problems isn't the answer, but I can't handle having them for parents. They just don't care. It's really sad to realize that.
But you've made a change already,
he said to her, gripping her hands in his.
You took on this job. You're out there, outside of their control and doing things for you.
She nodded. I just hate to leave my grandfather's foundation. He even named it after me. The fact that they're so set on trying to get me to do what they want, that they'd take the only thing I have left of my grandfather, is just so fucked up. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her hair.
I'm sorry, Parker. That is fucked up. I wish there was something we could do.
She sighed and let the warmth of his embrace soothe her. Her life was never going to be the same now. She had to quit the foundation. There was no way she could stay there and allow her parents to dictate what she did. She was done. It was time to start a new chapter. She glanced at Ryan and kissed his chin. Time for something fresh. Chapter 15. Ryan sat to the side of the large room at the inn and watched Parker order all the young tigers around and grinned. She was definitely alpha material. Everyone sit, she commanded. Before our students arrive, I want to ask you all some questions. He saw Isla sitting in the front along with other young females. The more troublesome Nigel and his friends sat at the back, talking amongst themselves. He was ready to growl at them to shut up when Parker cleared her throat. Excuse me? She stared at Nigel.
You, what's your name?
Nigel. She nodded. Do your parents work at the inn? Yeah, he said, his voice full of attitude. So you understand how hard they work to ensure you have everything you need, right? Nigel leaned back in his chair. So, that's their job. Everyone stood quiet. Parker smiled. No, Nigel, that's not their job. How old are you? 22. She barked a laugh. And you think it's your parents' responsibility to bust their asses for you? She snorted. I don't think so. She glanced around the room. You're all adults. I don't know how the rules work for shifters, but for humans, once you turn 18, you're on your own. You can work and you can contribute to society. You can even get married if you so choose. So the fact you're still living with parents who are willing to help care for you shows their dedication to you. She met Nigel's gaze and held it. "What have you done for them lately?"
"I don't need to do anything," he argued.
"Actually, you do," she maintained. "Your parents took care of you when you couldn't take care of yourself. Soon, they'll need you to take care of them like they took care of you. It's the circle of life." She glanced around and nodded. "If you've got a good job, you won't have to take care of them yourselves. You can pay someone else to help you do it. But if you don't, you bet your ass that's your job." Nigel snorted. "Yeah, okay." "How would you feel if you had a car accident today and were unable to move, to even feed yourself, and your parents said, 'You're on your own'?" Nigel stayed quiet. "Any of you, how would you feel?"
"Alone?"
one girl said. "Fucked up," one of Nigel's friends added. Parker nodded. It would suck to need help and not have people there for you, doing anything for you. "What does that have to do with this?" Nigel motioned around the conference setup. "Well, today we're going to have a lot of your elders, people who worked to make this pride what it is today, here. You're going to respectfully show them how to use a computer or their smartphones." She pointed to the left side of the room where a long set of tables with seats on both sides were arranged. "You all will help them learn how to use basic functions on their smartphones. That means how to use apps they might need, social media, how to make video calls, and how to play music. The rest of you will teach them how to log on to a computer and check email and use the internet. Simple stuff." "But they're old," one of the guys groaned. "They're annoying." Parker barked a laugh. "What do you think your grandkids are going to say about you when you're an elder? Oh, he's the coolest guy ever?" "Yeah," the kid said. "I'm always going to know what's happening in the world." "That's a great attitude, but very unrealistic," she told him. "Technology moves so quickly that we miss things all the time. So for today, you're going to be kind and gentle with your elders." Her smile turned into a cold, hard stare. "And if any of you say anything to upset any of them, you'll have so much grunt work, you'll be kissing their asses the next time I tell you to be nice to your elders." There was soft grumbling, but nobody objected. Parker nodded to Kel. "Let's open the doors and allow them inside." Ryan helped some of the weakest Pride members sit by their young teachers. The females were sweet, smiling and welcoming the elders with enthusiasm. The males were another story. Ryan made a point to bring Mr. Dunbury to Nigel's table. He was one of the most opinionated elders, and most people had a hard time having a conversation with him. "Mr. Dunbury," Ryan said, and helped the old man sit. "Nigel's going to help you with any computer questions and anything you want to learn to do." Mr. Dunbury brushed off Ryan's arm and turned to Nigel.
"Well, get to it, little cub. I ain't got all day."
Nigel frowned. "Do you know how to turn on a computer?"
"Do you know how to wipe your ass?" he countered. "Of course I know how to turn on a computer. Any idiot with 2 brain cells can do that."
The other kids laughed at that, and Nigel's face turned red. "All right, then let's get you online," he said, and turned on the computer, clicking the mouse and doing things quickly.
"Hang on a goddamned second there. I said I knew how to turn it on. That doesn't mean you get to speed through everything else. What did you just do to get that colorful circle to turn into the internet?"
Nigel rolled his eyes. "I just clicked on it." Mr. Dunbury smacked Nigel upside the head so fast, Nigel was left staring at him wide-eyed.
"Did you just give me attitude, boy?"
Nigel growled, but Ryan caught his gaze and flashed his own tiger at the young man. "No, sir, I didn't."
"I'll have you know I was one of the people that established this pride over 60 years ago."
"Damn, you're like Ancient, Nigel muttered.
Another smack upside the head, and Nigel stared down at Mr. Dunbury's hand on his lap.
Call me old again, and you may not live to teach the rest of this class.
How are you even moving your hand so fast? Nigel asked, rubbing the back of his head.
Well, boy, that there is a trick. The hand is always quicker than the eye, he said with a wink. Now back to this computer stuff.
Ryan walked away and caught sight of Parker sitting on a table next to his mom. You're going to love this program, Parker laughed. You can post photos about your family, check out their photos, and make comments on them. This does look fun, his mom said. Hey. He leaned down and kissed Parker on the cheek. His mom raised her brows and grinned. Hey to you. I'm teaching Jolene some social media apps. Parker grinned at him. What are you up to? He watched his mom stare at Parker, her smile widening. Just making sure everything's good. Okay, she said, and waved him off. I'm going to teach her how to make video calls next. His mom nodded and winked. Go do your thing. We're fine here. He continued walking around and noticed how much fun the elders were having doing videos and silly faces on different social media sites. His hope grew. The interaction was unique, but it was getting them all talking.
Chapter 16. Well, Parker sat in her car with a sigh. That was a long day.
Are you too tired to do something else? Depends. She perked up in her seat. He chuckled at her sudden interest. I wanted to thank you for what you did today, so I was hoping you'd want to go out for dinner and do something fun.
She blinked her lashes flirtatiously at him. What did you have in mind, Mr. Wade? He leaned on her open window and brought his lips to hers, kissing her softly.
A nice dinner, he whispered and kissed her cheek. And maybe some... She groaned. What? Roller coasters? She reared back and stared at him. What? Roller coasters, down by the pier. I kept thinking of things you might enjoy, but then I stopped and thought about things I enjoy and figured I could suggest it and hope you might be interested. She grinned wide. Heck yeah, I'm interested. Let me go home and shower and change into something more comfortable. He glanced at his watch. That works. I'll pick you up at 6. She kissed him and nodded. See you soon, hot stuff. She drove away and watched him turn back to the inn in her rearview mirror. Movement at the side of the inn caught her eye. An older kid with a streak of purple hair hurried from the parking area into the forest. She didn't remember seeing him inside with the other kids. She'd have to make sure he hadn't somehow snuck out of participating. One of Nigel's friends, no doubt. For the first community event, she felt pretty good about the results. There were some hard-headed kids that would continue to pose problems, but she knew they'd come around. She'd seen it before. She was on the highway when she heard a pop so loud it made her jump in her seat. Then her car started swerving hard. She was going too fast. The car fishtailed and hit a metal rail. The airbags deployed and the car flipped into a ditch, her head slamming on the driver's side window. Struggling to stay awake, she pressed the OnStar button.
Ms. Nolan, I see you've been in an accident. Rescue is on the way, said the soft voice in her speaker.
She groaned, her head pounding and her face aching. It was hard to make things out. Her vision was hazy and her seatbelt wouldn't release. The scent of gasoline made her frantic. She had to get out of there.
Ms. Nolan, don't worry. Emergency vehicles are on their way and will be with you shortly.
She tugged at the seatbelt but couldn't get it off. Her head pounded so hard. She leaned back and tried to focus. The windshield was shattered, and a large piece of wood stabbed her passenger side seat.
Reaching into the compartment between the seats, she pulled out the specialty scissors she kept in all her cars. Grandpa had always told her to be ready for any emergency. Once she was able to cut the seatbelt off, she shoved at the door, but couldn't get it open. The passenger side window was broken. Something wet dripped down the side of her face. She wiped at her temple and saw blood, but knew it wasn't the time to panic. She grabbed her cell phone and a sweater from her passenger seat and used it to slide her hand out and pull the door handle from outside. Able to get the door opened, she staggered out of the car and fell on the grass. Struggling to walk, she crawled away from the car. The scent of gasoline was much too close. She pressed a button on her phone and dialed Ryan.
"Hey, beautiful. Long time no see," he joked.
"Help me," she groaned. That was all she was able to say before the pain in her head expanded and darkness took hold. Chapter 17. Parker groaned in pain before opening her eyes. Everything hurt. She blinked her eyes open and frowned. She was in a hospital. "Hey," Ryan said from next to her. "Don't try to move. You're lucky to be alive." She closed her eyes and opened them again, turning her head slightly to look at him. "What happened?" "You blew out a tire," he said, holding her hand up to his lips. She shook her head. "That was so scary," she told him. "The car, I couldn't control it." He squeezed her hand and gazed deep into her eyes. "I'm sorry, love. I hate that I wasn't there to help you," he growled. "By the time I got to you, the EMTs were already loading you up into the ambulance and wouldn't let me see you. I had to wait until you were here and stable before I was allowed to sit with you." "I'm okay." She cleared her throat. "My body hurts like I was hit by a car." He grinned. "Close. You're the one who hit it." She rolled her eyes. "Fuck, even that hurt." "Semantics." She glanced around the hospital room. "You promised me dinner," she pouted. "I'm still hungry." "I'm going to make it happen. Let's just let the doctor sign your papers so I can take you home." "He's gonna let me go?" She frowned. "It must not be bad." "You've been here overnight already, young lady," the doctor told her from the door. "Really?" She frowned. "Feels like this just happened." "You have a concussion, but no swelling or internal bleeding," the doctor said, walking into the room. "I'd love to keep you another night, but your husband says he'll watch you and make sure he brings you back if you vomit or get dizzy." He flipped through her chart and signed. "So I'm holding him responsible to ensure you rest and get better." He met her gaze. "The swelling will go down and the bruises will heal. You're very lucky. The way that car hit that ditch, you could have easily broken your neck." He glanced at Ryan. "I'll have the nurse come in with some prescriptions for the pain, and then you can take her home." She turned to Ryan with a grin. "My husband?" He gave her a serious look. "It was the only way I was able to be here with you. Family only." She nodded. "Here I was thinking you had married me while I was unconscious." He cupped her cheek carefully. "No, love. When we get married, you'll be very aware that it's happening." He said when. She hadn't dreamt that or hallucinated it. Maybe. "Is that a candy bouquet?" she asked. "When did you have time to get me a candy bouquet?" He shrugged. "I saw a shop downstairs, and while they made me wait to come see you last night, I bought it." "I see they're all M&Ms, though," she laughed. "Yeah, I couldn't get the sales lady to remove the other colors, but when you open it, I'll be happy to eat them and leave the blue for you." She giggled and shook her head. "You're crazy." Ryan took her to his home and carried her to his bedroom on the second floor. She didn't get a chance to ooh or ah over anything.
Her head was pounding, and she kept her eyes closed to block out the light. Laying her in bed gently, he put her under the blankets and covered her, propping her up with pillows. She winced at the lights, and he immediately turned them all off. "Thank you," she told him. "This was not how I was hoping to get into your bed." He chuckled and leaned down to kiss her head. "Don't worry. You can get in my bed however and whenever you want, love." She sighed and glanced around the darkened room. "It looks pretty." "It's dark. You can't see anything." "Fine, I can't see anything," she grumbled. "I'm imagining it's pretty." "Imagine away. What do you feel like having for dinner?" She thought about it. "Chicken soup. I know I'm not technically sick, but the thought of chewing is making my head hurt more." "You rest," he said, and covered her up more. "I'll make your soup." A man that can cook and is hot. She sighed and took the painkiller he offered her. "I won the lottery." He chuckled and walked out of the room. "Call me if you need anything. I'll come check on you in a few minutes." She had to have gone over a piece of glass or something on the road to make her tire blow that way. She'd have to have her mechanic check it to make sure it wouldn't happen again. A few minutes later, the smell of soup and fresh-baked bread made her sit up in bed. She got up, noticing how the pain in her head started to diminish, and took a few steps. Glancing out the window, she saw there were no other houses by them. All she saw was forest and trees. "What are you doing out of bed?" he asked, and rushed forward to grab her. "You could fall and hurt yourself." "My headache started to feel better, so I wanted to look around." He sighed. "If you want to look around, I'll take you downstairs and we can sit by the fire." "Fire?" she asked. "Like a real fire?" He nodded. "None of that fake stuff like at your place. We're on a mountain, and while it's warm during the day, the night gets cool enough that we can have a fire going." "Sounds good." He carried her down to the living room where only a few small lamps were lit, giving the place a soft glow. He had a fire going and sat her on the massive rug in front of the fireplace. "We'll eat here. I'll bring the soup." She sat back on the cushions and watched the fire burn. She'd been shot at, stabbed, and quarantined in her time in Africa, but she'd never been in a car accident. She didn't much care for the aching body or the way Ryan stared at her, his eyes full of worry. It was then she started to wonder if maybe a longer-term relationship with him was already happening and she didn't even know it. She'd never wanted to stay in one place until now. Being with Ryan had made her look for ways to spend more time with him. She loved him. No, impossible. Yeah, okay. Tell that to your heart. You love him. How in the world could she be in love with him already? She'd been so careful her entire life not to let any man in too close, and he'd done it without even trying. He carried a tray and placed it between them on the rug. "Dinner is served." She picked up the bowl of soup and inhaled. "Did you really make this so fast? It smells amazing." "Nah," he admitted with a grin. "Mom came by when I told her I was bringing you home, and she left food for us." "Oh." She ate a spoonful of the soup and moaned. "She's a great cook." "She is. I told her how much you love croissants, and she stopped at a local bakery and got some fresh ones for you." She gave him a sad look. "Your mom did all that, and I haven't even met her yet. That's so sweet." "Actually," he popped a piece of bread into his mouth. "You've met Mom." She frowned. "No, I'd remember." "Yeah, you showed her how to do those silly videos with the animal faces she loved and keeps sending me every few minutes." He sighed. "Is there a way to mute those videos? They just keep coming." "Wait a second," she gasped. "Jolene is your mom?" Yeah." She slapped his shoulder and winced.
Ouch, damn it, that hurt. Well, why'd you hit me? Because you stood there watching us play with apps and couldn't tell me that was your mom? He shrugged. I figured she had already told you. No. Then she grinned. She's really sweet. She ate her soup. I bet you were a handful as a kid. Ha, he laughed. Not me. Barrack. I still can't get a hold of him. She grinned. I'm sure he's busy romancing every single woman out there. That's very true. He chuckled and ate another piece of bread. How come you hadn't been part of the pride before like you are now? She swallowed a piece of chicken. I know you said your uncle was the alpha, so you didn't really need to worry about it much. But aren't prides tight? Shouldn't you have known what was happening? He nodded. Yeah, but I disagreed with how the pride was dealing with the youth. My uncle let them run wild. They were getting reckless to the point they were going outside the pride looking for trouble. He clenched his jaw, and she saw a vein throb on his cheek. I told Eaton he needed to make some changes, but he told me to mind my business, that he was in charge. So I pulled away. She put her empty bowl down and sighed. What a shame. This division between the community could have been avoided. What you did today was amazing, he praised her. For the first time in a long time, I saw them talking and doing something that interested them all. She shrugged. I've seen many villages working together. Usually the young need the elders to learn from them. I think these young people have just not realized how important it is for them all to work together to keep the pride intact. After they ate, he took their dishes to the kitchen and laid down on the rug beside her. Tell me about your childhood, he said. I was raised by a nanny. She was the one who taught me everything. One of our cooks was her mom. When I was ready for private school, our nanny got married and went off to start her own family. My parents were always very busy with their companies and charities. Their time with me consisted of dinners and events their friends had where children were supposed to attend. She leaned her head on his shoulder. It wasn't bad. I've always had the best of everything. Wow. Don't feel bad. I had my grandfather. He was more like my father than my dad was. Grandpa used to take me to his office and teach me about giving back to our community. He used to show me his car collection and tell me it was going to be mine one day. She laughed. I used to think he was kidding, but I got it. The entire collection and his estate is mine. He left my father the company. The company and the foundation you love so much? She nodded. It was my grandpa's dream that Dad would expand and make it even bigger than he had. After all, Grandpa had already built a massive company, sold it, and created another. He wanted my dad to keep that growth. She linked their fingers together. But my dad isn't like that. He's happy with keeping things as they've been. So who did you play with as a kid? He asked. Liam, Jade, and Balogh. Liam's been a great friend my whole life. Jade and Balogh are my cousins, who you met at the wedding. Liam, why does that name sound familiar? She laughed. Because the whole world thinks we're going to get married one day. Every time we go out for lunch, they think we're planning a wedding. He cleared his throat. Are you? Yeah, I'm sleeping with you and going to marry another guy. Does that sound like me? He kissed her forehead and squeezed their linked fingers. No, it was a stupid question. Liam's always been a friend, a great friend. When I've needed someone to listen, he's been there for me, and it has nothing to do with having those types of feelings for each other. I know love. He pulled her onto his lap and cuddled her at his chest. What's your next plan for the pride? I have to think about it, but I think we're going to help the elders do some sprucing up of their homes. She glanced up at his face. I'm sure they all have stuff they'd like to do, but can't because they don't have the strength or help. You're a fucking genius, he growled and kissed her hard. She moaned and he pulled back quickly. I wasn't complaining. Oh, too bad. The doctor said you're supposed to rest, he said. You suck. I lick, too. She giggled and sighed into his hug. How had love come into the picture? Why were her emotions all over the place when it came to him? She knew better than to open herself up like that, but she did it anyway. Stop thinking so hard, Parker, he ordered and picked her up in his arms. You're going to give yourself a headache. She curled her arms around his neck and kissed his ear. What do you propose we do in order to stop that? Watch a movie. Ugh, she groaned. You're no fun. Trust me, love. He carried her back up the stairs. Once you're feeling better, I'll be ready for all the fun.
Chapter 18. It took 2 days before Parker was back on her feet. In that time, her father hadn't called to discuss her missing their meeting. Her mother hadn't called or texted to find out when she'd be available for lunch again. All in all, it was clear her parents just didn't care. Her cell phone rang and she smiled at the name on the screen. Liam!
You've never sounded this happy to hear my voice, Parker, he chuckled. This must mean you need something.
Oh, stop. I love hearing from you. She tied her sneakers and glanced down at her yoga pants. She was ready to go work.
How's everything? I was calling because it was leaked to the press that you'd been in a car accident a few days ago, and since I hadn't heard from you, I wasn't sure how true it was. So is it real or fake?
Real. She bit her lip. I blew a tire on my way home, but I'm okay.
Why didn't you call me? Liam admonished. You know I would have been there to see you and spend time with you.
She slipped her notebook in her bag. I know, but I'm sort of seeing someone, and he took care of me while I was hurt.
What? Liam gasped. No, this won't do. I need to see you, so whatever you're doing, drop it and meet me for breakfast.
No can do, babe. But if you're not busy, care to do some community service?
She waited expectantly.
Please?
Oh, fine. It's not like I've got anything exciting going on, he grumbled. Send me an address. You owe me for this.
Yeah, I know,
she laughed. I've been owing you for doing community service since we were in our teens. True. All right. Do I need to bring anything?
Can you swing by my parents' house? Grab a couple of boxes of pastries and croissants Rita baked, and some coffee she's got ready to go.
Got it, boss, he said. See you soon.
She slipped her hair up into a ponytail and rushed out. Today she drove her own Jeep to the Pride. It had better handling, and if she were honest with herself, it made her nervous to get into another of her grandfather's precious cars. She'd destroyed that BMW, and there was no replacing the sentimental value it had. When she got to the Pine Pride lands, she smiled at how cute the town was. Driving to the town center, she headed for the town hall and parked out the front. Ryan's SUV was already there, so she knew he was waiting for her. Inside, the kids were already talking in groups. Liam and Balogh were setting up the pastries and coffee, while Ryan talked to Barrick and Kell. She rushed over to Ryan, a smile wide on her face. Then she realized the kids had stopped talking to stare at her face. They hadn't seen her since her accident, and though her face wasn't as swollen, she was still bruised.
I'm good, she grinned. You should see the other guy.
The kids laughed, and she threw herself into Ryan's arms.
Hey.
He kissed her neck and then her lips.
I was getting worried.
She frowned and caressed his cheek. There's no need. I took my time today.
There's a first. Liam chuckled and hugged her. I'm glad you're okay, Parker.
She kissed Liam's cheek and was startled to hear a soft growl from behind her.
Parker, I don't think he likes you hugging up on me.
Liam said, taking a step back and putting space between them. Parker turned to look at a very ferocious-looking Ryan. "Are you okay?" He nodded. "Yeah, sorry. I'll try to control myself." He inhaled and let it out slowly. His eyes flashed gold and blue. "Go get started. I'm okay." She walked up to the stage and glanced at the kids, but her gaze strayed to Ryan. Was he jealous of Liam? All she'd done was hug him. Did he not believe her when she said there was nothing more than friendship between them? "Hey, guys," she waved at the young tigers. "Today we are all going to help our elders do some spring cleaning. We have cleaning supplies, big trash bags, and even a few dumpsters to help get rid of whatever they don't want." The usual group groaned. "Are we gonna get paid for this?" Nigel asked. "Of course you are," she grinned. "With gratitude." She stared at Nigel, the smile gone from her face. "Your elders shouldn't have to pay you to get you to do something kind. That's just selfish." She pointed at balogh and the snacks. "We have coffee and pastries if you want to grab one before you get started. Then see my cousin balogh. He's got your name and who you're matched with to help for today's project. Depending on who you're helping and what they've said they want to do today, supplies will be up at the front for you to grab." She waved them away. "Go on and get it going." Parker ran to the pastries and grabbed a croissant and some coffee and watched Nigel's reaction when he was told he'd be helping Mr. Dunbury mow his lawn. "Are you kidding? That old man's miserable," Nigel argued. "Give me someone else." He glanced at his friend. "Who'd you get, Jeff?" "I'm good. Besides, I think Mr. Dunbury likes you," Jeff chuckled. "Good luck." Nigel growled. "I won't do it." He turned to stomp toward Parker. "You can't make me." Before she got a chance to swallow the coffee in her mouth, Parker gasped when Nigel went flying across the town hall meeting space. He hit the other side of the room with a thud. Her gaze snapped to Ryan, who was growling and marching over to where Nigel was getting up off the floor. Ryan picked up Nigel by the throat and slammed him against the wall. "What did I tell you about disrespecting me?" "I didn't," Nigel squeaked. "I didn't disrespect you." "She's my mate," Ryan snarled at Nigel. "You disrespect her, you disrespect me." "Sorry," the kid mumbled, his face turning colors from lack of oxygen. "I'm sorry." Ryan dropped him on the floor like a bag of laundry. "Now get up and do what you're supposed to do. This is our pride, and you're either a part of the solution or the problem." He met Nigel's gaze. "Do you understand? I won't hesitate to extract you, Nigel." Nigel's face paled, and he rushed out the door. "Whoa, Mama," balogh whispered next to her. "He's all alpha, isn't he?" And growled. She elbowed him and ran over to Ryan's side. "Are you okay?" He met her gaze and brought his lips down in a hard kiss that made her melt. She whimpered and pressed herself into him, loving the hunger in his kiss. He pulled back, breathing hard and his eyes flashing gold. She licked her lips and watched his nostrils flare. "Don't look at me like that," he said low and rough. "How?" He cupped her face in his hand and brought his lips to hers. "Like you want me to fuck you right here, right now. I'm tempted to do it." She sucked in a breath and blinked. He kissed her and let go, turned around and rushed out the door with Barrick and Kell behind him. "What the fuck was that?" balogh asked. "I feel dirty just watching y'all make out." "You and me both," Liam said. "If our parents saw that, they'd definitely get it out of their heads that we're going to get married someday." "If her parents saw this, they might want to bleach their eyeballs," balogh said. "Come on, you two." Parker cleared her throat and tried to tamp down the urges running wild in her body. "We have work to do." She went around the town, seeing the kids doing everything from yard work to tossing out old furniture, cleaning the outside of the elders' homes, even helping some of them with the gardening. "All right," she sighed. "This is us three."
"One house for all three of us?"
"Yeah, we have to paint the whole place inside and out." She grinned at them. "This is going to be the home of an elder who lost his legs in an accident recently." They went to the inside of the empty house and saw all their supplies already there. "All right, Liam, you and our other helper will take the outside, while balogh and I do the inside." Liam glanced around.
"Where's your other helper?"
"Right here," Barrick said. Liam paled.
"Are you sure I should be working with him?" "I'm the twin brother," Barrick said with a grin. "Much more laid back and not looking to rip your balls off for touching my woman. So we're good."
Good to hear," Liam said. She and balogh started painting the inside. It wasn't long before balogh started playing music on his portable speaker and singing along to disco music.
"Are you for real?" Parker giggled.
"Really, Parker? You must be bugging if you think anybody can do any kind of housework without music. That's just insane." She laughed, but couldn't help to sing along with him as they moved from room to room. It was several hours before they finished. She checked out the house with a happy smile. It was going to look so nice when the elder moved in. First, he needed furniture, though. Out front, she waved Ryan over when she saw him several houses away.
"Looks great,"
he said with a grin, the intensity of that morning seeming to have dissipated. "So when is his furniture arriving?" she asked. "We can help set everything up." Barrick joined them then.
"I honestly don't know. This was the first we'd heard of this elder, so Ryan had the house rehabilitated for him. But we still haven't gotten many details from his family."
Parker frowned. "Where was he?" Ryan grimaced.
"He was on a trip with his wife, the first time they ever left town. He got hit by a bus. His legs were severed, and there was no way to reattach them."
Parker's heart sunk. "But what does that mean for his tiger? I mean, he can still shift, no?" Ryan and Barrick shook their heads in unison.
"We're not sure the extent of the damage, but it was so bad that he might not be able to shift again."
Sadness filled her for the poor man. To have lived his life able to run the forests and now be bound to a chair had to be devastating.
"I know that phase," balogh said. "Same," Liam added. "We're about to go furniture shopping, aren't we?"
She glanced from one to the other. "He's got nothing. We have to set up this place to make him feel at home." She turned to Barrick. "Get in touch with his wife and ask where their personal stuff is. We can bring it over and set it all up so he recognizes his things and gets a feel for his new home."
"Okay," Barrick said. "I can do that."
She met Ryan's gaze. "He's going to need a ramp in the front and back of the house. Get someone on that."
"I've got someone to do that in a few days."
She nodded. "Good. I'm going to talk to one of my contacts to get them a special vehicle he can drive from his chair. And, of course, a chair he can move around in." She turned to Liam and balogh. "You two are in charge of furniture. Comfy, but nice." They glanced at each other and then at Ryan.
"See?" balogh said. "Told you."
"Let's go, balogh," Liam said. "It's been a long day. Let me buy you dinner after."
"You know the way to a girl's heart,"
balogh laughed as they walked back to get their cars. Chapter 19. Parker stretched when she got to her car and groaned. Man, she'd kill for a massage. Suddenly, a pair of hands were rubbing her shoulders and lips were kissing the back of her neck.
If this isn't Ryan, he's gonna be pretty pissed.
But I'm kind of okay with you doing this until he gets here, she sighed. He nipped the back of her neck, and a shudder raced down her spine.
Like that, do you?
She turned in his arms and gripped his t-shirt to pull him down for a kiss. His lips were perfect, and she loved the feel of his arms around her waist, pressing her into him.
How are you doing? He asked. You overdid it, didn't you?
She made a face, but shook her head. Nah, I'll be okay. I just need a bath.
I have something better, he said, and pulled her toward his car. Keys?
She handed them over.
Cal, Ryan yelled. Can you do me a favor and get someone to take Parker's car home? I'll drop her off later, so she won't need it.
She followed him down a path away from the town and into the trees.
Are you seriously taking me for a hike when I've been painting all day? It's a short hike, he told her.
Belger was right, she grumbled. The way to a woman's heart is with food, so whatever you have planned better involve food. He chuckled, pulling her deeper into the trees, but following a worn path.
Come on, I'll make it worth your while.
Now we're talking. They went down a slope. She heard water falling and then saw it. A gorgeous waterfall with the sun setting at the top of the hill. Holy crap, Ryan, she gushed excitedly. This is beautiful. They went around the large tree, and sure enough, there was a blanket with cushions and food laid out on them. There were even towels folded next to the food basket. She stared at the setup and then at him. When did you do this? He shrugged and kissed her nose.
It's not important. Come on, you're going to feel better after a swim.
She watched him remove his t-shirt and stopped breathing. Her entire body had zeroed in on the way his muscles shifted with each movement. His jeans came off next, and he kicked off his boots. Her chest compressed. Holy fuck, the man was a god. He was made to be in nature. His body was an absolute work of art. He stood there, naked as the day he was born, with nothing but a smile on his face.
Your turn.
But you already took it all off, she mumbled. What is there left for me to take off you? He chuckled and walked up to her, tugging her tank top and sports bra over her head. Then he yanked down her yoga pants and undies off along with her socks and sneakers. She licked her lips and splayed her hands on his chest. You're so warm. He groaned with every glide of her hands over his pecs.
You're playing with fire.
She let out a slow breath. Maybe I want to get burned.
He winked. Not yet.
Then he dove into the water. She stared after him in shock. Ryan! She dipped her toe in the water and pulled her foot back out. He popped his head out of the water, his hair plastered to his skull.
Come on.
She shook her head.
Hell no, that water's cold. You'll get used to it. It's not that bad.
She gave him a look. My toe almost suffered hypothermia. He chuckled and came out of the water, droplets gliding down his body, licking their way to his cock. She wasn't ready for what he did next. He picked her up in his arms and tossed her in the water, jumping in after. She screamed, but remembered to shut her mouth and hold her breath when she went under. Then she swam up and searched for him. He was laughing by the waterfall.
Don't tell me a little cold water is too much for you.
His voice was full of laughter. Shut up, she grumbled. She swam toward him, her muscles not as achy as she'd anticipated with the cold water.
Cold water is good for muscle restoration, he said, as if reading her mind.
She glared at him and swished a handful of water at his face. Whatever. He grabbed her by the waist and tossed her back into the water. This time, she didn't bother getting angry. She laughed at the fact he wanted to play and curled her legs around him and rubbed her pussy on his cock. His hands went to her ass, groping and pressing her into his length.
Parker, he groaned,
kissing her and slipping the head of his cock into her sex.
I want you.
She moaned at their kiss and ran her nails over the back of his head. I want you too. She wiggled, trying to take him deep inside, but he pulled back.
No, love. I get to taste you first.
He licked his lips and pulled her behind the waterfall. There, he lifted her to sit on a rock that pushed into the water like a seat. She draped her legs over his shoulders and crossed them at the back of his head. He gripped her thighs open, pressing his face into her pussy and rubbing it all over her folds. Oh, God, Ryan. Her belly quivered, and she held on to the sides of the rock. He growled, and she almost came on the spot. He tongued her pussy and her clit like he couldn't get enough of her, like he'd been deprived for too long, and he was finally getting a chance to take what was his. He flicked his tongue up and down her slickness, grunting and sucking and nibbling. Tension immediately tightened at her core. She gasped, watching his head move between her legs. Her pussy ached to be filled. He sucked her clit between his lips and growled. She screamed, her body letting go so fast she felt like a fish out of water, gasping for air. Waves of pleasure made her feel boneless and breathless. She slipped back in the water, kissing and hugging him, but he tugged her back to the blanket. He stared at her with a hunger she didn't think possible in another human. She loved seeing the lust in his eyes.
Get on your knees, beautiful.
She did just that and lowered her upper body down to the blanket. He pressed the head of his cock into her sex, grunting with every inch he went inside her. Ryan, she mumbled. Deeper. He pulled back and then pressed all the way in. She clutched the blanket in her grasp and screamed at the way her pussy stretched around him. He was thick and big. If possible, he was bigger than before. He was balls deep in her, and she could barely breathe. Then he reared back and drove forth, slamming into her. She whimpered with every drive. Her body pushed back each time he drove forward. It hurt, but in such a good way. She bit down on her lip and continued pushing back into each of his thrusts.
Fuck, he snarled. You're so beautiful.
She could barely make out what he was saying, but his words were sweet, and they filled her with happiness. He slammed into her harder and harder.
Tell me you like this, he grunted. Tell me you like me fucking you hard and fast, love.
Yes, she gasped hoarsely.
Now tell me to fill you with my cum, Parker.
His nails dug into her hips, gripping her and tugging her back into each of his harsh drives.
I want to hear you.
She gulped. Do it, Ryan. Fill me with your cum.
Until it's sliding down your pussy, he added in a gravelly voice.
Yes, until all there is inside me is you, she said. Only you. He dug his nails into her left hip and slipped a hand around her thigh and flicked her clit hard. She jerked under him and screamed, her body shuddering when she came. The orgasm was fast and hard, leaving her shaking and whimpering. Then he growled loud. His cock thickened and jerked inside her, filling her with his cum. He licked her back while he was still vibrating in her sex. He nibbled the back of her neck and shoulder, holding her to him as they fell on their sides.
You feel so good, love, so good and hot,
he murmured by her ear.
I can stay inside you forever.
She moaned and let him hold her there, their bodies linked and still trembling from their orgasms. She wanted to tell him he could stay there forever. With her. It was hard to realize how much she loved him. It couldn't be normal to fall in love so fast, but she had. And now she had to figure out what to do about it. After a while, they wrapped up in towels and started eating while watching the sky change colors with the sunset. This is a beautiful spot, she told him.
We used to come here a lot as kids, he said to her. Now kids are too busy being on their phones and getting drunk to want to spend any time doing regular things.
She cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. You just gave me a great idea.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, you're going to host a community-wide electronic-free day. He ate a piece of cold chicken and shook his head.
I don't know what that means.
Means we'll set up things for these kids to do throughout an entire day where they won't be able to use their phones, computers, or anything. It'll be like when you were a kid.
He chuckled and shook his head. It's not gonna work. They'll sneak them.
No, she said excitedly. Think about it. Let's give these kids old-school Polaroid cameras and set up some games with prizes.
What kind of games?
She frowned. I don't know. Some water floaties? Maybe like a Ninja Warrior type of challenge, and we can have them go all over town to do different levels. The elders can come out and judge, and everyone can be a part of it. She bounced on the blanket. You could even make it a yearly thing if it works. What do you think? He stared at her and then grinned.
All right, we'll do whatever makes you happy.
She threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. That's awesome. I'm telling you, this is going to be great.
If you say so, love,
he said, and ate another piece of chicken.
There's something else I want to ask you.
She chewed on a cold drumstick. What's up?
Mom would like you to come over for dinner.
She smiled at the way he said it. Don't you want me to go? His gaze jerked up to her face.
Yes, it's not that. I just don't want you to feel obligated. I want you to do things when you're ready.
She nodded. I'm ready, Ryan. Let's see where this goes. Chapter 20. Ryan was about to hand his keys to Parker's valet when his cell phone rang.
Barrick, what's up? Get your ass back to town now, Barrick told him. There's a fire.
He rushed back around the SUV and glanced over the hood at Parker.
I'll call you when I know what's going on. Go get some rest.
He sped back to town and saw the house Parker and her friends had been painting on fire. The fire department was already coming down the street, but it was engulfed as if someone had soaked it in gasoline before lighting it on fire. The fire department got to work hosing it down and trying to tame the fire, but it was no use. The entire house was destroyed in minutes.
What the hell happened? He asked Barrick and Kell. We don't know. We got a call from Mrs. Wedner that she'd heard some noise coming from the house, but she knows it's empty. By the time we got here, it was already in flames.
Anger filled him to the core. He glared at the people crowding around the area.
Is this what you all want? For this pride to go to hell?
He pointed at the burned-down house.
That is an elder's home. He needed that. Whoever did this, are you proud of yourself?
He glanced from face to face, young and old, everyone looking down to the ground.
How would you feel if this was your house?
He got in his SUV and went home. Barrick and Kell followed behind him. He slammed the front door open and growled.
You need to calm down, bro, Barrick said. That's not going to help anybody. I'm fucking tired of this bullshit. Parker is trying to help us fix this mess that Eaton left, and these people aren't even interested in what we're trying to do. You can't say that, Kell told him. There have been less incidents with the youth and elders. Tell that to the poor man who just lost his house. We'll rebuild, Barrick told him. We'll have them do it. It's not just that, Barrick, he said. I have been neglecting my company to handle a pride that might be beyond saving. That's not true, Barrick said, and you know it. They've responded to Parker and her ideas. I've never seen the elders so happy to have someone come to their home and help them out. So what now? Ryan asked. What am I supposed to do with this? Let it go? I know I'm supposed to find who did it and make an example out of them, but these people barely know me. I'm demanding respect from people who don't give a shit about me."
Kel frowned.
"They're getting to know you, Ryan. You gotta give them time."
He ran frustrated fingers through his hair.
"Fine, I'll give them time."
A few hours later, he got a call from Xander.
"We have a problem,"
Xander said, his tone serious.
"Your cubs are back at the lion's den." "Are you fucking kidding me?" he growled. "Wish I were, brother. They're out here inciting trouble. I'm keeping my guys on a leash, but I don't know how long that's going to last. The bar's packed, and people are looking for a fight. I'm on my way."
He rushed out the door, dialing Barrick and Kel to meet him there. When they arrived at the bar, Nigel and his friends were outside, yelling at the men outside the bar. Ryan had had enough of Nigel. He grabbed him by the collar and tossed him in his SUV. He left Kel and Barrick to round up the other kids and take them out of there.
"What the fuck were you thinking coming here, Nigel?" he asked and glared at the kid.
Nigel sat with his arms crossed and a furious look on his face. His features were animalistic, his tiger so close to the surface. After driving for a few minutes, he stopped the car the moment they were back on Pride land and got out. He went around and tossed the kid out.
"What the fuck is your problem?"
Nigel snarled, his tiger ready for a shift. It was too late to talk to him as a human. He shifted and roared at the other tiger.
"I asked you a question, Nigel."
Nigel's tiger leapt at Ryan's. Ryan's larger tiger swiped at Nigel's face, leaving bleeding claw marks there. Nigel bit at Ryan's shoulder, but Ryan shook him off. Ryan pounced on Nigel, his claws digging into the young tiger's neck and holding him down. Nigel's hind legs kicked at Ryan, but he held him hard.
"Nigel! You don't give a fuck about this pride,"
Nigel said through their pride link.
"No?"
He shoved the smaller tiger several feet away.
"Why the hell am I wasting my time trying to get you all to be a community again? To impress your girlfriend. You're a real stupid kid," Ryan told him. "Why did you even come to the bar tonight if you weren't planning to help us?" he growled and dug his claws into Ryan's side.
Ryan flipped and kicked him back, making the other tiger land on his back.
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
He pounced on Nigel, biting his muzzle and holding him down with his claws and his shoulders. Nigel clawed at Ryan's chest, but he didn't move.
"They did it! Mark and his friends. They lit the house on fire!" Nigel yelled. "We saw one of their bikes leaving the area. That's why we followed and realized they were the ones who set the fire. We went to get revenge." "Stupid cub," Ryan said. "We don't do things that way. Xander is a friend. We talk things out. If we catch someone on our land, that's another story." "They were here," he argued. "We saw them."
Ryan hopped off the smaller tiger and shifted back into his human body. Nigel did the same. Though Ryan had some small scrapes, Nigel bled from his face and shoulders.
"If what you're saying is true, I'll handle it. I'm the alpha. Do you understand that, Nigel?"
The kid's chest heaved and he glared at Ryan.
"You don't want to be? How many times do I have to tell you that I wouldn't be here unless I was committed to this pride? I'm not interested in how Eaton did shit. I do things my way."
He met Nigel's glare.
"I'm going to tell you again. You're either with me or against me."
Nigel took several deep breaths before glancing down.
"With you?"
That was the moment Ryan had been waiting for. He knew Nigel led a few of the younger kids. If he was an active member of the Pride, it would make it easier for his friends to follow. And make Ryan's job easier. Chapter 21. Parker had no idea what happened the night before, but she'd been so tired she'd fallen asleep waiting for Ryan to call her. The following morning, the first call she got was from her father.
"When are you planning on coming by my office to discuss the foundation, Parker?"
She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I was in an accident, Dad. I was unable to make the meeting."
"You sound fine to me," he said.
She shook her head. Why did she even bother trying to explain herself to him? "I can come by today if you have time."
"I have an opening at 11. Don't be late," he said, and hung up.
Yeah, today was the day she was going to quit her grandfather's dream. It killed her to the depths of her soul, but she'd realized something while helping Ryan's pride. She'd realized that she could still keep her grandfather's idea of helping others alive, but in her own way. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to create her own foundation. She'd worked with enough people and knew how everything worked that she could make a go of it on her own. When she arrived at his office, she stopped to chat with Deidre.
"How are you doing?"
Deidre glanced up from her desk and gaped at her.
"What happened to you?"
"Small accident. This is nothing." She pointed to her face. "I feel good."
"I'm so glad."
Deidre stood up and hugged her.
"Go on in. He's been waiting for you."
She opened her father's office door and glanced around. It was exactly the same as she remembered. All wood, with a massive desk that she'd loved to hide under as a kid. A conference table at the other side of the room, and sofa chairs instead of regular chairs for his guests' comfort. "Hi, Dad," she said, and shut the door behind her. Her father glanced up from whatever he was signing and nodded.
"Sit."
"Hello to you, too." She sat on one of the chairs across from him. "Why did you want to see me?" He stopped signing papers and stared at her. Her father was a good-looking man in his 60s. He was still very much in control of the company, and he'd made that clear to her for many years.
"I wanted to know when you're going off again on your next little adventure."
She blinked. "I wasn't planning on going on any more adventures at this time. I have a job to do."
He nodded. "So you're finally going to settle down and give me some grandchildren?"
She laughed and shook her head. "I mean, I was hired by an outside company to do a job. I'm not planning on getting married." Not unless Ryan asked, and even if he did, she still wanted to work. She enjoyed it. He went back to signing papers.
"So you're not going off to Africa or wherever it was you were and risk your life to teach people how to wash their hands?"
She clenched her teeth and glared at her father. "Not at this time. But if I do, you don't have to worry. It won't be on your foundation's dollar." He jerked his gaze up at her.
"What are you saying?"
I quit the foundation. Find someone else to be the president and handle it. You're not willing to give me the position I've busted my ass for, and I won't sit by and be scrutinized for everything I do." She shrugged. "Is there anything else?"
"I thought you said you loved that foundation," he said with a hint of sarcasm.
"I do, but not at the expense of my independence and my life." She stood and glared at him. "I'm tired of you telling me how to do my job. I'm tired of you micromanaging every detail of everything I decide. You can keep the foundation, and you can keep Grandpa's company." She marched to the door. "I'm done." She slammed the door as she left and ignored her father's calls for her to return. A slow smile spread over her lips. Freedom felt amazing. She left the building giddy. She didn't know what happened the previous night when Ryan left, but she'd yet to speak to him, so she decided to give him a call to check up on him. "Hey," she said when he answered her call. "How's everything?"
"It's okay," he sighed. "I have a surprise for you," he said. "Pack an overnight bag and be ready to leave at 6.
"Oh," she giggled. "Sounds exciting."
You're going to love it, he growled softly. She heard the groaning of other males telling him to get a room. She giggled and started driving home. Awesome. I'll go home and set up my bag. See you soon. Later, love.
Chapter 22. Parker waited anxiously for Ryan to arrive downstairs while chatting with Harry. She loved the idea of getting away with Ryan and wanted to spend some time alone without involving work.
"You look excited, Miss Nolan," Harry said. "I hope you're not leaving us so quickly to travel the world again."
She patted his arm and grinned. "No, Harry, I'm going to be here a while." She leaned in and bumped his side. "I met a guy."
"Really?"
Harry chuckled.
"He must be special to get your attention. You're usually so busy that I was worried you'd never stop long enough to meet someone to show you it's more fun to do things as a team."
She cocked her head and stared at him. "You know, you're right. All these years traveling and doing things for the Foundation, I felt like I was doing good, but missing something."
He nodded. "Love. It's called love. We all need someone to share life with. It's hard enough to have to deal with everyday challenges, but to deal with them alone? That's harsh."
He sighed.
"I hope it works out for you, Miss Nolan."
She hugged Harry and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Harry. I don't know what will happen, and this is really scary, but I'm willing to try."
"Love is scary. You're giving your heart to someone else, and you don't know how they're going to treat it."
And there it was, the crux of her problem, the reason why she'd kept every man at bay. She didn't want to become attached to anyone for too long because she was scared they'd break her heart. She didn't want to end up living in a loveless marriage like her parents. She wanted a romance that lasted a lifetime. Her heart told her Ryan could and would give her that if she gave him the chance. "How long were you and Mrs. Harry married before she passed?"
"We met when she was 5 and I was 6. From the moment she moved into my block, I was attached at her side."
He chuckled.
"It helped that our parents were good friends, too. We became best friends, and then one day a boy in school asked her to her senior prom."
He raised his bushy brows.
"I was already 1 year in college, but knowing my best friend, the girl I cared most about in the world, was going to date with someone else, pushed me over the edge."
She watched Harry's eyes twinkle as he reminisced.
Uh-oh.
He sighed.
"That was all it took. We got married once she graduated and were always together. Best friends for 60 years, married for 45 years. And I miss her every waking moment."
She pouted and hugged him again. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm sure she was a lovely woman."
"She was,"
he agreed.
"The perfect woman for me."
He met her gaze.
"There's no perfect person out there, Miss Nolan, but there are perfect people for us. That was my Lily. She was perfectly imperfect for me."
It was that kind of romance, that kind of relationship she wanted for herself. But her history with men wasn't all that great, mainly because she kept everyone at an emotional distance. But now that she and Ryan were growing together, she knew she had to put her fears to the side and go all or nothing.
"Your ride is here,"
Harry said, snapping her out of her thoughts. The limo was not what she expected. Ryan came out and reached for her bag, bending to kiss her.
"Let's go, beautiful. I've got plans for you."
She smiled at Harry. "See you in a few days."
"Have fun, Miss Nolan."
She slid into the limo, and Ryan immediately pulled her onto his lap.
"Hey!" she mocked indignation.
"This is where you belong," he told her, pushing her hair over her right shoulder and kissing the curve of her neck.
"I mean," she moaned, "when you put it that way."
"Don't get too excited." He chuckled and nibbled at her ear. We'll be at the airport soon.
She wiggled to face him. Are we seriously going somewhere?
Yes, I told you we were.
He caressed her chin and rubbed his thumb over her lips.
You deserve some fun. You've been busting your ass helping with my pride, and I appreciate it.
She threw her arms around his neck and kissed all over his face. I love to hear words like that. She sighed.
So where are we going? It's a surprise. I borrowed a friend's jet to take us on our trip. When we get back, I've got too much to deal with, and I don't want you to feel abandoned, he told her.
She shook her head and frowned. Ryan, I know you have a lot of responsibilities. You don't need to baby me because you can't see me all the time. I'm a grown adult. I can handle being alone. He squeezed her into him.
I know, but my animal can't handle being away from you for too long.
He cupped her cheek. I love you, Parker. I want us to be together. She sucked in a breath and had a hard time hearing anything past the words she'd never thought she'd get from a man she cared for. He loved her. Instead of the dread and fear she'd been expecting, her heart filled to near exploding with happiness. She knew he meant those words because his face told her everything. Love shone in his eyes. I love you too, she heard herself say, her hand slapping over her mouth. I can't believe I said that. He raised his brows.
Did you mean it?
She nodded jerkily. I do. I love you. Wow. I just met you, like less than 2 weeks ago. How can I love you this much? He rubbed his face on her neck.
Do you know anything about shifter mating?
No. What had Jade said about mating with Dean and Gavin?
You mate for life or something like that? Yes, love. There's never going to be another woman for me. You, Parker, and only you, are my mate. The woman who holds the key to my heart. I will never want anyone else but you.
She blinked and stared at him, mouth hanging open. Seriously?
Yeah.
Ever? She asked in disbelief.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Holy fuck. He was serious. He was really in love with her, and there it was. Her chance to live that fantasy romance she'd always wanted. A wide smile spread over her lips. It was time to give love a chance. Chapter 23. Ryan loved the look on Parker's face when they landed in Las Vegas. Her eyes popped wide open, and she started bouncing in her seat. We're in Vegas? She squealed. This is awesome. He chuckled.
I guess you've not been recently?
No. She sulked for a second, before grinning broadly again.
The last time I came to Vegas was for my 21st birthday. It's a total hazy memory, though. We did too much drinking and partying and not enough seeing shows, gambling, and other fun Vegas stuff. This is going to be Vegas adult style, he winked. You're going to have fun, he said solemnly. I promise.
I know I am, she said with reassurance. I'm with you. That's all that matters. From the moment she told him she loved him, his fear over whether she'd accept being his mate dissipated. Now all he wanted was to finally make her his and fuck her senseless. Another limo met them at the airport and took them to their hotel. He'd reserved the presidential suite at a 5-star hotel for them. He grinned at the way she stared out the limo windows like a kid at an amusement park. When they got to their hotel, they went straight to their suite and did their registration there. He glanced around and nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. To pamper his mate and show her a good time. Ryan! She screamed from the bedroom. We can see the fountains from here.
I know, love. He laughed and watched her rush into the living room.
There's 2 bedrooms in this place.
2? She waggled her brows. I guess we each get our own. Not on your life, you little tease. He chased after her and tossed her on their bed, lying flat over her. She spread her legs open to cradle his body and ran her nails into the back of his head. I love you, she sighed, her eyes the brightest blue he'd ever seen. This is so thoughtful. Thank you. He grinned, kissed her, then pulled her to her feet. We need to shower and change to make our first show. A show? She gasped. Which one? Nope. We have lots to do, so get your ass in the shower. He shoved her toward the bathroom and slapped her ass. But, she pouted, we can save water if we shower together. His cock hardened, and for the first time in his life, he growled a negative. We won't get out of here for hours if that's the case. You have 10 minutes. She ran into the bathroom and turned on the water. He glanced down at his aching erection and groaned. He was going to use the other bathroom or he'd stand there like a fucking idiot, staring at her shower through the glass, watching the soap bubbles slide down her gorgeous curves and make his balls hurt in the process. I'm ready, she yelled and walked into the living room, leaving him breathless. You, he gulped. You look beautiful. She smiled and twirled in a circle. You think? I didn't know what to pack, so I might be over or underdressed. He wanted to see her undressed, but the satin mini dress with lace sleeves and black-heeled sandals were definitely perfect for the night. No, he cleared his throat. You look perfect. His tiger agreed, and both he and the animal were beyond enamored of their mate. His chest tightened. He knew having a mate meant new feelings all the time, but this was new. This flood of emotions filling his heart were unusual, and he didn't know what to do with it. Are you okay? She blinked. Your face. You look angry. Fuck. He growled and pulled her into his arms. Lipstick be damned, and he kissed her, hoping that he could show her with his lips how he felt. The way his heart expanded with a single smile from her. It was surreal. Then he pulled back and stared into her eyes. Angry is the last thing I am feeling. She licked her lips and let out a soft breath, gliding her hands over his suit jacket. You look so handsome, she told him. I could eat you up. Eat him up? She had no idea the dirty shit running through his mind. He'd fucked her 4 different ways in his head, and that was just in the first 3 seconds of seeing her walk into the room. They watched a sexy show called La Rêve. He missed most of it because he was so caught up in holding his mate's hand and watching her reactions to the show. She was mesmerizing. She leaned into him in her seat and would smile at him every few minutes. Afterward, she kissed him and groaned when he bit her lip. That was fantastic, she gushed. I've never seen anything like it. With all the traveling you've done, he said, you mean to tell me you don't do things like sightsee and go to shows? She shrugged and picked up her clutch. Not really. My travel has been mostly strictly foundation work, and that means third world countries to help them find ways to lead better, healthier lives. He guided her out of the show, where someone snapped a picture of the couple next to them. She turned her face and body into him. He instinctively glared at the cameraman, and the guy skulked away. It's okay, love. He squeezed her shoulder and led her back to their limo. Time for dinner. Her head jerked up, and she grinned. Food. I knew I liked you for a reason. Well, let's hope you still like me after you see where we're going. They ended up at one of the most romantic restaurants with a view. A Japanese restaurant with a fantastic menu and a view he knew she'd enjoy. Their table was the sole one outside, front and center of a gorgeous waterfall. Oh, she gasped and looked at him.
This is so pretty.
Once seated, they ordered wine, and he lifted her hand to his lips.
I hope you're having fun.
She leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth.
Are you kidding? This is the most romance I've gotten my entire life.
They ate lobster and wagyu beef rolls for appetizers. Then they had grilled lobster with tiger shrimp, and for dessert, which he knew was one of her favorite parts of dinner, they brought out 3 different types of cake. She licked her lips and immediately dipped her fork into the chocolate cake and took a piece, lifted it to his lips, and beamed. You get first bite. She had no idea how true her words were. Chapter 24.
I need a shower, she sighed and slipped out of her dress, kicking her heels off and heading straight for the bathroom. She was tired and could sleep for hours, but she'd had such a great time. Using a makeup remover wipe, she took off the makeup she'd put on earlier and then turned on the shower spray. In the shower, she let the warm water soothe and relax her before soaping up her body with some body wash and her own loofah. A moment later, the glass door opened and Ryan joined her in the walk-in shower. He pressed her back against the cool tile, kissing her and running his hands over her body. The loofah fell to the shower floor, and she curled her arms around him, kissing him hard. He pulled back, his body now soaked from the warm spray.
You're a work of art.
Her heart was so full of love for the shifter. She dropped a hand to his cock and stroked him in her grasp. He grunted and thrust into her hand, his lips still on hers, kissing her deep. He roamed his mouth over her neck, licking and sucking her shoulder. Her body hummed with energy. She needed him inside her.
Fuck me.
He squeezed her breast with his hand, lowering his face to suck her nipple into his mouth, all the while staring at her. A soft groan fell from her lips.
Please.
He released her nipple and went down to his knees, lifting one of her legs over his shoulder and licking her pussy.
Soon.
Pressing her back hard at the tile, she held onto the water handle and rocked her pussy on his face. He buried his face in her pussy, licking and sucking at her clit. Shudders raced down her spine, making it hard for her to stay on her feet. Over and over he licked and nibbled on her folds. Kissing and biting her inner thigh, he kept her groaning and moaning.
Come, love. Come all over my mouth.
He nibbled on her clit, his teeth grazing over the aching flesh. She groaned and gripped his hair with one hand while clinging to the shower handle with the other. Tremors shook her to the core. The tightness in her middle unraveled as a wave of pleasure washed over her. Ryan stood and speared her pussy with his cock, lifting her other leg and pushing into the corner of the shower. Parker leaned back, curling her arms around his neck and leaving herself to his control. He began to lift and drop her on his dick, her pussy quivering around his length.
Fuck, baby,
he grunted, shuddering along with her. He stroked deep and pulled back, then he did it again. His drives harder, faster, and rougher with every slip of his cock. Sucking breaths in, she clung to him and moaned through every drive into her. She kissed his face, driving her tongue into his mouth and groaning at their joining. A loud growl sounded from him. The vibration sent her over the edge, her pussy clasping tight at his length and sucking deep. He tensed and grunted, his dick throbbing inside her, filling her with his cum. Their bodies trembled in unison. Passion so hot, neither of them wanted to move. She sensed how desperately Ryan wanted something from her, but didn't know what. If he asked her, she'd give it. She'd give him everything. Chapter 25. Parker woke up to the fresh scent of coffee. Her body ached. She and Ryan had fucked like animals all night. Now she was paying the price for it.
I feel like I got hit by a car. Again. He laughed and pulled the blankets off her. Come on, I've got breakfast.
She sighed but slipped out of bed and into the waiting robe he held open for her. He kissed her and growled.
Coffee.
He tugged her to the living room where breakfast had been arranged beautifully on their dining room table. She raised her brows and turned to him.
Are we having guests? No, but I wanted to make sure you got whatever you're in the mood for.
She glanced at all the food.
I'm in the mood for everything.
There were pancakes, eggs, bacon, steak. Yeah, steak. Bakery baskets, and even avocado. They sat and ate, talking about everything from their childhood memories to everything they did after college.
So who's watching things while you're gone? She asked. I thought the Alpha didn't get days off. This Alpha does, he stated. I left Barrick and Kell in charge. I also made a deal with Nigel.
She gaped and ate her avocado.
Nigel? Now that is surprising. The kid just needed to understand I'm on his side. I'm not going to let this pride go to hell just because the last Alpha allowed his sorrow to consume him.
That's good that you found a way to work things out with Nigel and it didn't get violent.
He barked a laugh.
She stared at him, raising her brows in confusion.
What?
She sucked in a breath, her heart thundering hard.
Don't tell me you hurt the kid.
He frowned.
I reminded him I'm in charge. That's all. And yes, it did take kicking his ass around a little bit, but he knows who's the Alpha.
She shook her head and picked up some bacon.
I couldn't do it. I'd feel bad. He laughed again. You're kidding, right? You've put those kids in their place more times than I have.
I have not.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, she bit her lip and realized he was right. She'd told Nigel and his friend off several times in order to get her point across about being closer as a community. That was something else she just noticed about herself. She was proud of herself. She'd stood up to her father and to the kids that stood in the way of her vision. After that, they went on a helicopter ride to the Grand Canyon. The entire time, all she could think of was needing to get out of the bird. She'd never been in a helicopter before and didn't think anything of it, but it seemed her stomach didn't agree with the constant shaking. While Ryan was busy looking out the window and joking with the pilot about the need to bring it down so someone could pee, she had to hold her bladder in a twist knot and pray she didn't vomit all over Ryan. When they arrived at the Grand Canyon, she bolted for the bathroom and washed her face and let out all the coffee she'd had with breakfast.
Are you okay? Ryan asked when she returned. Fantastic. Your face is changing colors. You can't tell me you're all that fantastic, he chuckled.
She sighed. I don't think I can get back on that helicopter.
It's okay. A limo will be here shortly to drive us back.
Before they left, they took photos at the Glass Skywalk and Eagle Point. A professional photographer took pictures of them, and she got souvenirs for Barrick, Liam, and a few others. Back at the hotel, they showered and put on comfortable clothes.
What now, Alpha Leader? She asked with a grin. Your sarcasm is endearing. She giggled and saluted. I'm glad. How about we just chill and check out the casino? Finally! Guess you've been wanting to go down and try your hand on the machines? She nodded and dragged him to the elevator. I know nothing of gambling, but I'm happy to try whatever you want. I like to play cards. She made a face. That's not fun. I want to go play on the machines that make noise and encourage you to keep spending money. He sighed. Of course you do.
She won $2,000 in the dollar machine, and he lost more. He kept telling her she had beginner's luck. They ended the night ordering room service snacks and desserts and watching a movie in bed. She loved the time they'd spent together and was so glad she had gone off with him. The bond between them grew with each passing minute, making it easier for her to see herself spending the rest of her life with him, if he ever asked. Chapter 26. Parker sat at her lawyer's office and waited quietly for him to arrive. She had made a decision, and nothing was going to stop her.
"Parker," Kirk Richards said with a smile as he walked into his office. "It's so good to see you."
He stared at her face as if looking for something.
"You look amazing. What's the secret?"
Amazing sex. Okay, not just amazing sex. Like the type that made your knees buckle and had you crawling on the floor to make your man a sandwich because he was that good. Oh, and being in love. She cleared her throat.
"I've been in the sun a lot lately." "Well, it suits you. The tan looks great. What can I do for you?"
They sat at his conference table and she tossed her idea at him. "I want to start my own foundation." She raised a hand. "Before you say anything, hear me out. I know I have a massive trust fund. It would never get spent even if I burned through money like it was going out of style." He frowned.
"That's a good thing, no?"
A laugh escaped her throat. "Yes, that's a great thing. It means I can use some of that money Grandpa wanted for me and my children on helping others."
"What do you have in mind?"
"I want to start a foundation to help older people who have suffered some type of accident or major financial loss and help them find ways to keep living their lives without suddenly being unable to care for themselves and become a burden on someone else."
"That's very philanthropic of you."
He made notes.
"You definitely have the funds."
He stared at her pensively.
"I thought you were already handling the Parker Nolan Foundation."
She shook her head. "My dad and I had a difference of opinion, so I've parted ways with them. This foundation, I want it to be called the William G. Nolan Foundation, after my grandpa." Kirk gave her a sad smile.
"That's sweet of you. In remembrance, huh? Don't worry. I can handle this. I'll run some figures on the setup, and then we can contact some people for donations. It'll help with the upkeep and making sure you can keep the foundation going even after you're gone."
That's what she wanted. A way to remember her grandfather long term. That others could know what an amazing man he'd been. Not because he'd made lots of money and a success out of himself, but because he cared about people. At the end of the day, Grandpa only wanted to help others in need. After her meeting with Kirk, she met up with balogh and Liam for lunch. They were already having drinks when she arrived. "What did I miss?" she said, kissing each of them on the cheek. They glanced at each other, then at her.
"It seems we're the ones who missed something."
She frowned.
"What?"
balogh held up a gossip column magazine. It had a photo of Parker and Ryan as they were walking out of the show in Vegas. She was cuddled into him, and he was visibly protecting her from the camera.
"Did you really go and get yourself hitched in Vegas?"
She ogled the article.
"What? No!"
"Thank goodness," Liam said. "I was going to be massively hurt if you did that." She shook her head and read the bogus article. "I would never get married without telling you guys." She raised her left hand at them. "See? No ring."
"He's slow on the uptake, huh?" balogh joked. "I'm gonna have to have a talk with my boy Ryan."
"Don't you get started," she grumbled. "When he's ready, he'll do it."
"I don't know," Liam said hesitantly. "He's a shifter. Their commitment is done with sex." "How's that been, by the way?" balogh asked, waggling his brows. "Never mind. That blush says it all. Good man. Keep him."
She rolled her eyes but couldn't help laughing.
"I plan to."
"Did you just say—" Liam gasped.
"No." "Yes," balogh squealed. "Our girl is in love." He drew a heart in the air with his fingers. I can't believe it. Me neither. This guy must be special to break through those metal walls, Liam said, and raised his wine glass. To Ryan, a better man than most. Balogh raised his glass. Hear, hear. Parker hung her head. Maybe I won't tell you two if I get married. It'll save me from the embarrassment. So how was Vegas? Other than your fake marriage, did you do anything fun? Balogh asked. Did you gamble? Liam glanced at Balogh. When we went to Vegas for her 21st birthday, she refused to gamble. I did gamble, she said, and stuck her tongue out at them. And I won. Good. Balogh motioned for more wine. That means you've got lunch. I wonder how Ryan's pride is doing. They're okay, Liam said. I was hanging out with Barrick, Kel, and Xander while you were gone. We played pool at my house. Seems the kids were working together to rebuild the house that burned down. What house? She frowned. The one we painted, Balogh said. Didn't Ryan tell you? No. Why hadn't Ryan told her the house they'd painted had been burned down? It was sad, all that work, Liam told her. But it seems to have inspired the kids to work together to rebuild the place. Barrick was so impressed, he brought us over there to check it out. Parker shook her head. How were the kids building that house? They know nothing of construction. Barrick had professionals helping them, which I guess made sense, instead of having them try to build something from YouTube videos. Liam chuckled. Can you imagine how that would end up? She didn't even dare think about how one of them could have gotten hurt trying to do it on their own. That was more stress than they had wine for.
Chapter 27. That afternoon, she got a call from her mother, inviting her to dinner at the house. She still wanted to see her parents, even if they didn't see eye to eye about her future. After dinner, she'd make sure to call Ryan and ask him to come over. She hadn't seen him since the previous night when they got home from their trip. And she missed him, damn it. When she arrived at her parents' home, she went inside and was surprised to hear talking. There you are, her mother said animatedly. Come and join us. Liam and his mother were there. She raised her brows, but he shook his head, as clueless about what was going on as she was. The front door opened and another guest arrived. Hello, she heard Ryan say at her back. She flipped around so fast she almost fell on her ass. She met his gaze with confusion. Welcome, Mr. Wade. Please join us, her mom said. My husband will be with us shortly. Parker walked over to Ryan and grabbed his hand. He pulled her into him and kissed her hard. What's going on? She licked her lips and shook her head. I don't know, but something is. Parker, dear, her mother called out. You know how I feel about public displays of affection in front of others. She kissed Ryan again, then turned to look at her mom. Why are we here? Your father will explain everything shortly, her mother said, and picked up a glass of wine from the table. Char, would you like a drink? No, darling, I'm not a fan of before-dinner drinks, Liam's mom, Char, said. There was a moment of silent tension, but Ryan squeezed her hand and held her tight. I've got you. The words were the sweetest whisper a man had ever done. She noticed her mother didn't bother introducing Ryan to anyone, and it bothered her, so she took it upon herself to do it. Mrs. Tread, this is Ryan Wade. Ryan owns TriStar Security. Ryan, this is Mrs. Tread, also known as Liam's mother, and a wonderful woman who works solely on different charity boards. Char smiled and offered a hand to Ryan. It's nice to finally meet you. I got a chance to meet your brother a few days ago when I caught up with Liam and them at his place. Nice to meet you, ma'am, Ryan said, and shook her hand. And this is my mother, Veronique Nolan, Parker said. Mom, Ryan Wade.
She'd intentionally left her mother's introduction after Mrs. Tread, even though she was the host, because she had a feeling nothing good was coming out of this.
"Good evening,"
her father called from the top of the stairs. Parker rolled her eyes. It was so like him to want to do a grand entrance.
"Dad, what's this about?"
"Manners, young lady," he chastised. "I've invited everyone over for dinner because I want you all to get to know each other better."
She clenched her jaw and waited while he calmly came down the stairs. He shook Liam's hand and gave him a hug, kissed Char's hand, and then turned to them. Her father eyed Ryan with interest and then offered his hand for a shake. Ryan took it, and then her father moved on to the dining room.
"Please join us."
She had such a bad feeling about that whole thing, she wasn't sure what to do. They sat for dinner, and her mother called for the appetizer.
"Liam,"
her father said,
"have you met Mr. Wade?"
"I have," Liam replied. "I did some community service work with Parker at his town." Her father gave a nod and ate his soup.
"You're probably interested to know what tonight is about,"
her father said, his gaze on Ryan.
"It's very simple. Our family has a large foundation that Parker was running until recently."
"I've heard," was all Ryan said.
"For years," her mother began, "we were sure Parker and Liam were going to get married and unite our families."
Char frowned. Liam's brows flew up.
"But it seems Parker has now gotten into a relationship with you,"
her father said in an accusing tone.
"So I am here to let her know that if she marries Liam, the foundation is hers."
"Hang on just a minute here,"
Char said, pushing her chair back.
"Parker, I have nothing against you and think you are the sweetest girl in the world, and I would be happy to have you as a daughter-in-law. If you were actually in love with my son and he with you,"
Char said to Parker, and turned to Parker's father.
"But they are not. Don't you have eyes? Your daughter is here with the man she clearly has feelings for, and you're telling her she can only get the foundation your father created for her if she does what you want?"
"This is insane." Liam stood and grabbed his mom's hand.
"This is not debatable,"
her father said, staring Ryan down.
"I don't know you. I don't want to know you. I don't care to know you. I will not put my company and all my father worked for in the hands of a stranger."
Ryan shoved his seat back and stood, and Parker followed suit.
"With all due respect, sir," Ryan growled. "Fuck you and your company."
He shook his head and stared at her father with a glare.
"I don't need or want your company. I have my own, and I will gladly spend every dollar I have making sure Parker is happy."
He turned to Parker.
"Ready to go, love?"
Parker nodded and glowered at her parents. "How could you even suggest that I leave the man I love for the foundation? I might love what the foundation represents. It was Grandpa's dream, and I wanted to carry it forward. But I love Ryan. I love him more than all the money in the world." She swallowed at the tears of pain clogging her throat. "So you can keep your company and your foundation. I don't need either." Ryan held her hand the entire way out and then put her in his car. She handed her keys to the family driver and asked him to have her vehicle delivered to her place. Liam and his mom were right behind them. Liam's mom gave her a hug and cupped her face in her hands. "Don't let their cold hearts destroy your happiness," she told Parker, and left with Liam. Parker was quiet the entire ride. It was almost 10 minutes later when she glanced at Ryan and noticed how tense he was at the wheel. "Are you okay? I'm really sorry about that." She cleared her throat. "I never expected him to try to control things that way." He glanced at her and picked her hand up and brought it to his lips.
"Are you okay? You're the one who's been hurt by their actions."
She sighed and shrugged. "I have to stop hoping that they'll suddenly care.
I keep hoping that every time I see them, they'll have grown feelings for me. But all they've ever wanted is to control me.
He got off the highway, stopped the car on a dirt road, and turned to face her.
I am so fucking sorry you've lived with those people for parents.
He caressed her hand and shook his head.
I still can't understand how someone so beautiful came out of that.
She wiped the tears falling from her eyes and laughed.
You're not the first one to say that.
He went back to driving.
I'm taking you to a special dinner. Don't worry, this time there won't be any controlling who you marry. She snorted a giggle. Thanks. That makes me feel so much better.
They got to his place, and Barrick and Jolene were already there. She hugged both of them, and then noticed the beautiful table setting and the delicious smell of food coming from the kitchen.
Who cooked? She asked, narrowing her eyes at Barrick. Mom, he said with a grin. I don't cook. I've tried. I'm better at eating. She giggled and nodded. Same.
Jolene hugged her hard and pulled her over to the table and handed her a glass of wine.
Come, darling, you're the guest of honor.
She raised her brows and took a sip.
Really?
Jolene nodded.
It's not every day my son finds his mate, the woman he's going to marry.
She choked on her wine and glanced at Ryan.
What?
Chapter 28. Parker glanced at Jolene's happy face and then turned to Ryan. He was watching her intently.
Did I miss something? How about some food? Barrick cleared his throat. This steak is amazing. My mom is the best cook in the Pride.
She decided to keep her questions for Ryan until after dinner. Her understanding of this whole shifter mating thing was not as clear as she thought.
Your father would be so happy to meet your mate,
Jolene told Ryan. Then she passed a plate of mashed potatoes to Parker.
Their father was the top enforcer of the Pride. He died during an internal war several years ago.
Parker gulped.
I'm so sorry for your loss. I am too, Jolene said. I miss him every single day, but we were happy while he was alive.
She beamed a smile at her sons.
He gave me the biggest gift I could have ever asked for. My boys.
We're the lucky ones, Barrick said, and kissed his mom's hand. You've busted your ass for us. Yeah, Ryan agreed. When you gave us all the money you had saved to start our company, that wasn't something we took lightly. You're the best, Mom.
Parker's heart filled with love watching them. It was a real family, real emotions. She'd never had that. How she wanted that for herself so bad.
Don't worry, Jolene said to her. Your parents will come around.
She shook her head. That's sweet of you to say, but they won't. They have never been the type of parents that are interested in me or my projects. They only had me because that was what Grandpa expected. She let her shoulders drop. He was more of a father to me than my dad has ever been.
Well, you've made a difference for our Pride, Jolene said.
You definitely have. Barrick nodded. I've never seen these kids volunteer to do anything.
Ryan squeezed her hand.
You've done that. You flipped that switch and brought our community together.
She cut into her steak. Maybe she'd done something that would endure in helping the Pride. Her grandpa would be happy.
There's going to be a storm, Barrick said, glancing at his phone. We need to make sure everyone's safe.
A storm?
It was supposed to just be some rain and wind, but now it looks like a hurricane.
Barrick frowned.
Took a turn toward us, and it was definitely not expected. Mom, you stay here with us. No need having you go up that mountain and be unreachable.
Ryan picked up a roll.
We'll need to make sure everyone's somewhere they're safe.
I have an idea.
Parker gasped, then bit her lip.
It might be too much, But what if we have one of the younger kids stay with an elder, or have the elder stay with a family that can help them in case they're stuck home for a while?
Sounds like a good idea.
Ryan smiled at her.
I'm sending Kel a message to let them all know. For anyone who needs somewhere to stay, they can go to the inn, and we'll make sure they are taken care of there.
After dinner, she went out to the porch with Ryan and watched the rain come down. Why does your mother think I'm going to be your wife? She glanced at him. I think I'm missing some information on how tigers mate and what it means for me.
I'm not going to ask yet, he said firmly. Not until you're aware of what you're getting into. Mating is like marriage. Yes, we can have the human wedding after, but once I mark you and bite you, you're mine. There's no divorce or anything of the kind. He scowled. We're making this work, and nothing's going to get in the way of our relationship. It's me and you.
She swallowed at the way he said that. You said you love me. He slipped his fingers into her hair and cupped her neck.
I love you with all of me, Parker, but this is beyond love. A mate is like what you humans call a soulmate. You're my other half. Once you allow us to seal the bond between us, we're one.
He kissed her softly.
You'll have my cubs. You're it, Parker. I already feel this way, but I don't want you to agree to being my mate without being sure.
She frowned. You said I'm it, and you already feel this way? He nodded. Her throat closed up.
What would happen if I say I'm not sure and can't do this right now?
Pain and fear filled his gaze.
I'd have to accept that, but that means I will still only see you as my mate.
You mean you wouldn't move on to another woman?
No. When I said you're it, I was serious. You are it.
She sucked in a breath, and the lights flickered before they lost power. The rain and thunder sounded around them. His cell phone went off.
It's Kel,
he called out to Barrick. Barrick and Jolene joined them at the porch.
Mr. Dunbury is stuck at home. Nigel went up to get him, but he hasn't heard from either of them in a while.
We should go find out what happened, she said, and raised a hand. Before you try to stop me from coming with you, I've been at the center of storms and have weathered catastrophes with villages that had homes made of mud. I can help.
He released a low growl and turned to Barrick. We'll call you when we have everyone accounted for.
She grabbed the sneakers she'd left behind the last time she'd been there from the front entrance and slipped them on. Then she put on a poncho and dashed toward his SUV. Chapter 29. The plastic steering wheel cracked under the pressure Ryan's hands put on it. He loosened his grip, turning onto the twisty mountain road leading up to Mr. Dunbury's place. He glimpsed a vehicle on the road behind him before he turned. He thought they'd better be going home right now. Seeing that only residences were along the street, he didn't worry overly much. "Ryan," Parker said from the passenger's seat, "I'm sure they are fine. Mr. Dunbury is probably smacking the shit out of Nigel for doing something stupid." That made Ryan grin. The old man was still strong and held to his beliefs and ways. He remembered Mr. Dunbury as the most popular teacher before he retired. Even though history was the most boring of subjects, the stories he used to tell enthralled all the kids. As the Pride historian, he brought some of the old relics from the Pride to show the students. He taught what the current elders suffered and fought to get the Pride as comfortable and profitable as it was today. The deceased Alpha didn't encourage the Pride bonding activities they used to have. Perhaps that was where the disconnect started. That was going to change. Raindrops tapped against his windshield hard. Fuck, not what he needed right now. He was glad to see the once gravel path had been asphalted. In the rain, it would turn into a muddy river impossible to navigate with a vehicle. I hope so, was all he could manage. If Nigel went up on his own volition,
No telling what the reckless kid had in mind. Ryan had been part of the Pride Run for years, so he didn't know how strong the elder's tiger was. If Nigel pulled a stupid stunt, he hoped Mr. Dunbury could hold his own. Outside the elder's dual-story cabin, Nigel's car sat out front. A shot of relief, anger, and fear burst through him. After parking behind the other vehicle, Ryan assisted his mate out of the SUV, and they hurried toward the front door. Lifting his hand to knock, a loud groan came from inside. Not caring about social norms at the moment, Ryan threw open the door. On the floor, Mr. Dunbury's legs stuck out from behind the sofa, toes down, and Nigel stood over him, something in his hand. Ryan couldn't control his animal's rage at what the boy had done to the elder. He shifted so fast, his clothes exploded from his body. He was airborne, a foot inside the door, sailing through the air, claws extended and aimed at Nigel. Ryan had to give the boy credit for knowing when he was going to die. The fear on the young face was satisfying compared to the know-it-all smirk he usually had. Just as he reached the boy, a blur slammed against him, taking him to the floor, sliding into the wall.
"Alpha!" Mr. Dunbury barked. "What the hell are you doing?"
Ryan's tiger released control quicker than ever before. Amazing what utter embarrassment could do. Ryan, now back in his human form, sputtered,
"I am killing the boy for killing you. What do you think I'm doing?"
Ryan had never heard Parker laugh as hard as she was now. It was also the first time he'd ever seen Mr. Dunbury smile. Climbing to his feet, Ryan couldn't hide his heated face. Fucking hell. What just happened?
All right, Ryan grumbled, offering a hand to the elder on the floor. "Maybe I jumped to conclusions a bit quickly."
Mr. Dunbury slapped him on the shoulder.
"I appreciate the effort, Alpha, but my tiger can still kick ass."
"We heard a groan from outside," Ryan said in his defense. What was he supposed to do?
"Like this?"
Dunbury got down on his knees, letting out an identical sound to what he heard at the door.
"My knees aren't what they used to be."
Ryan dropped his chin to his chest and mumbled, "Fucking hell, I'm an ass." His heart slowed to normal, and his tiger was in hiding from being mortified about the mistake. Still kneeling, Mr. Dunbury put some old items in a box, then gestured to Nigel.
"This one's ready to go up."
Nigel ran the tape gun in his hand over the flaps, sealing the box closed, then carried it up the steps. "Mr. Dunbury," Parker cleared her throat. "We couldn't reach you and were worried that something had happened to you and Nigel, so we came up to check."
Mr. Dunbury smiled at Parker. "Mighty nice of you, Alpha Mate. I can use all the help I can get at the moment."
"What are you doing?" she asked. Ryan wanted to know the same thing.
"I've been working on updating the albums with the previous Alpha's passing and the news on finding his daughter's body. With the storm coming, I need to rebox it and get it upstairs in case the house floods."
Nigel hurried down the stairs. "Have you seen the stuff he has? Some of it is almost 200 years old. It's pretty cool. I've never seen anything like this." The excitement in the boy's voice shocked Ryan.
"I've seen some of it," he answered.
His mate left his side, going toward Nigel. "Yeah? Like what?" The boy showed Parker items and photo albums not yet packed.
"Alpha," Mr. Dunbury said, "there's a pair of sweatpants and T-shirt in the top dresser drawer in my room. If you want clothes, that is."
Nudity was normal for shifters, but so was wearing clothes. From the dresser, Ryan pulled out gray bottoms and a black tee. After dressing, he joined the group to help pack. Ryan glanced around, noticing the few boxes left to be stored.
"Looks like you have most of it done." "I started packing this morning. I knew this was going to be a doozy of a storm."
Nigel drew his brows down. "But we didn't get word of the weather until an hour or so ago. How did you know?" Mr. Dunbury looked up at the boy and sat back on his knees.
Experience, Nigel. There are some things you can't understand until you've lived through them. My tiger sensed the drop in air pressure and knew what was coming.
He climbed from his place on the floor.
Tape this one and put it with the rest, then come into the office.
Nigel picked up the tape gun and repeated his previous actions.
Alpha? Alpha mate, would you like something to drink?
Parker came back to his side. Call me Parker, please. She scrunched her nose. When you say mate, I think you're talking Australian. The old man's eyes widened.
Have you been there?
Yes, she replied. It's so different from here.
They have some beautiful land down there, perfect for tigers to roam around in.
A small smile flirted on her lips as if she remembered her time in Australia. I agree, she told him. And no drink. Thank you, Mr. Dunbury.
I'll take one,
Ryan said to the elder, needing a cold beverage.
Call me Philip,
Mr. Dunbury said to his mate.
Only students call me Mr.
Huh? He thought back to his entire life. The old man was right. He never knew Mr. Dunbury's first name. It had always been Mr. Dunbury, even years after school. The elder glanced at him and winked. The man knew what he was thinking. Nigel came down the steps. The elder pointed across the room.
My office next. Need to box up some important papers.
The group moved inside the small room. Holy shit, Nigel whispered as he ran his hand over a wooden gun cabinet stocked with old bows and arrows. Ryan thought the furniture was an incredible work of art. In relief, symbols and images of the pride's past were etched out of the wood. A scene of tigers fighting, wrapped in each other, filled a side panel. He'd never seen such detail in a piece of wood. This must have set you back thousands, Nigel gasped, ogling the other side.
Didn't cost a cent,
Mr. Dunbury replied with a grin. Nigel whipped his head around to face them. You stole it? The old man broke into deep laughter. That was the first time Ryan had heard his teacher laugh. First a smile, and now this. Wow, things changed when becoming an adult.
No, cub,
he answered after stifling his howling.
I made it from a fallen tree here on the mountain.
Nigel's jaw dropped. No way! How? Mr. Dunbury smiled.
Just something I learned along the way of living.
Do you remember how to do it? Can you teach me how to do this kind of stuff?
Sure.
The elder nodded and winked at Ryan.
You have to get your hands dirty. You okay with that?
Nigel shrugged. They wash. Ryan nearly fell over from the unexpected words from the cub.
Oh.
Mr. Dunbury bent down with a groan.
This is why you couldn't reach me.
He picked up the old phone's handset attached to the curly cord lying on the desk and placed it on the cradle.
I must have knocked it off when I put the packing box on the desk. Sorry about that.
Nigel's face pinched. He pointed at the rotary phone. What is that? Chapter 30. In Mr. Philip's living room, Ryan and Nigel searched around to see if anything else needed to go upstairs. The weather was growing worse, and Ryan wanted them all out of there.
I think that's everything of importance,
Philip said, picking up his duffel bag of clothing.
Where's your mate, Alpha? He asked.
She stepped outside to make a phone call, Ryan replied, glancing to the door. He should check on her. There's coverage up here? Nigel asked with a frown. I left my phone in the car, thinking it'd be useless in the middle of nowhere.
They put up a tower on the ridge, so now you can make calls on your stupid phones and all that shit,
Philip grumbled. It's a smartphone, Nigel chuckled.
Would you like to debate that, cub?
Philip's eyes drilled the younger ones. Ryan shook his head. All right, we were doing so well working together. I don't want to see that end. Got it?
Yes, Alpha. they both mumbled. Good. Let's go before the streets below start flooding.
Ryan led them out to the front porch. Rain pounded on the tin covering, creating a peaceful song. While Philip locked up, Ryan looked around for Parker. "Parker!" he shouted against the rain and wind. He glanced at the SUV, seeing she wasn't inside. "Son of a bitch!" Nigel snarled, nose in the air. "What?" Fear tensed his muscles. The growl from the 20-something's animal was serious. "I smell that bastard Mark from the lions," Nigel replied. "Why would lions be up here?" Philip asked. Only one reason he could think of. With a deep breath, he yelled, "Parker!" In the far distance, he heard Parker scream his name. He sprang off the porch into the woods, running dangerously down the steep slope. He heard the squeal of tires on blacktop. Mark had kidnapped his mate? What the fuck for? Behind him, he heard Philip's voice. "Cut straight down through the woods. They have to drive the curves, slowing them down." Hitting the pavement, Ryan sprinted across, eyeing the black marks on the road. The vehicle had passed where he came out of the woods next, but they hadn't made it around the upcoming curve yet. As he approached the road again, the car was almost upon him. The same car he'd seen on the road before he turned onto the mountain road. How he was going to stop a moving car, he had no idea. Standing in front of it probably wasn't the best of ideas. When he landed in the ditch, the car was in front of him. Without thinking, he leapt onto the hood, grabbing a hold of the base of the wipers, flipping water left and right. The face behind the steering wheel was of someone he'd never seen before. In the back seat, Parker was giving hell to the guy with the purple hair trying to hold her down. "Fuck yes, that's my girl." The car crossed into the other lane, sliding his body to the side. When the driver swerved sharply, tossing Ryan in the other direction, he knew the man wasn't going to stop. Maybe this would change his mind. Making a fist, Ryan slammed it through the windshield, stretching for the bastard's throat. The car skidded around the wet curve, fishtailing, then scooted off the road into a tree. Ryan had bailed by the time the car crashed and was at the back door pulling Parker out before the others came to their senses. He scooped her into his arms, walking up the road. "I've got you, love. You're going to be okay." Philip burst out of the woods onto the road, then headed down toward them. "Is she all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine," she answered as she rubbed her head. A voice behind Ryan yelled, "Running away just like the pussy you are. Too scared to face a real lion, little cat." Ryan turned. "Who the hell are you, stupid fucker?" The older man who was driving stepped onto the road. "You want a piece of me? Come and get it, you pansy." A car stopped uphill just behind him and Philip, Nigel getting out from the driver's side. "What the fuck?" the kid said. "Why is Mark's grandfather here?" "Well," Philip said, "that explains a lot on several accounts." "Come on, chicken shit, let's end this," the man shouted. Ryan turned to set his mate down, but Philip held up his hand, stopping him. "Let me handle this, Alpha. You take care of your mate. She needs you." Ryan stared at him for a moment. Could the old schoolteacher handle a pissed-off lion? If the old man needed help, either he or Nigel could jump in. He gave Philip a nod. Philip moved downhill. "Okay, sir, what's the problem?" "The problem is that you tigers should be wiped off the face of this planet." "That's not practical. Why are you mad?" "Why am I mad?" The man stomped uphill. "Why am I mad?" Nigel's voice echoed against the woods. "Mark, you piece of shit!" Ryan was beyond the angry lion to see a guy with a purple mohawk stumbling onto the road from the crashed car. The same kid Nigel was fighting at the bar and supposedly burned down one of the tigers' home.
What the fuck is your family's problem with us? The mad lion laughed. Are you serious, twerp? He yelled at Nigel. Do you not have a clue how the world works? Philip popped his chin up. Tell me how the world works for you, old man. I'll tell you how this fucking world works. When the alpha's mate is disgraced in front of the pride, nobody gets away without punishment. We'll take a mate for a mate. What are you talking about? Ryan said, completely clueless of the garbage the lion was spouting. Philip laughed. Are you serious? That was 100 years ago. Hold a grudge much? Nigel tapped Ryan's arm. I taught him that phrase. The kid smiled, proud of his accomplishment. Ryan didn't even want to know what he was talking about. You tigers need to pay for what you did. Philip crossed his arms over his chest, glaring down the short distance to the lion. Well, Nigel, the historian said, I guess not everything you learn from your elders is virtuous. Hate for different species is never good for any generation. He lifted his chin again. Does your grandson know why you have hate in your heart? When the elder lion didn't answer, Mark did. What did the tigers do, grandfather? Why do you and Dad hate them so much? Why am I supposed to hate them too? Was this even happening? Did the younger generation even know the story, or just hear the elders complaining and adopt the same attitude? Hell, he didn't even know what happened. He'd have to ask Philip when this was all over. Well, Philip said, sounds like the young cubs don't know much about why. You taught them to hate without giving them a reason. That's great parenting skills. The man shifted into his lion and ran at Philip, roaring and wanting to kill. Ryan had put Parker on her feet and was ready to jump into the fight to save his old teacher. But before he could shift, the elder ran toward the lion. It came down to the survival of the fittest. The lion leaped at Philip, still in his human form. What the hell was he thinking? Beside Ryan, Nigel screamed and raced toward the fight. Surprised the shit out of him. Something had changed in the relationship between the two. Seemed the generation gap no longer existed as it had. While the lion was in mid-leap, Philip slid feet first down the slope, shifting as his back hit the ground. He raised his paw, claws extended, and ripped the underside of the lion. The tiger kept sliding on the slick road right into another lion with a purple stripe between his ears. Ryan hadn't seen the boy shift, but it was too late to help the historian now. Good thing he didn't need it. The tiger's tail snapped out toward the lion's face, distracting him, as tiger feet slammed into the lion's chest, sending it down the hill on its ass. To Ryan's amazement, the elder shifted and kept after the younger lion, rolling with it and getting it into a chokehold, human arms around the big cat. At that moment, the lion pride's alpha drove around the curve, headed up. He screeched his brakes and swerved, barely missing the two in the lane. Xander jumped out of his truck. What the hell is going on? Ryan? Both Mark and his grandfather shifted into their human forms. Yes, the grandfather was still alive. Ryan would have gutted him, but maybe not taking a life sent a better message to the young ones. The alpha lion roared for the other two lions to get in his truck now. He lifted a hand to Ryan. We'll talk later, he growled, more animal than human. I'm too angry right now to be civilized. Whatever these two did, I apologize and will handle them. He got back in his truck and drove away. When only the sound of the rain hitting the leaves surrounded them, Nigel shifted and said, That was freaking awesome, Mr. Dunbury. You've got to teach me how to do those moves. Chapter 31. I got you on speakerphone, Ryan said as Parker watched him lay his cell phone on his mother's kitchen table.
The storm had passed that afternoon, and everyone had gone over to her house to discuss the events of the previous night.
No bad-mouthing now, virgin ears and all.
Parker, Philip, Barrick, and Ryan's mom snorted. His mom glanced at him and Barrick.
If anything on me was virgin, you cubs would not be here.
Mom, Ryan complained.
Really?
Just saying, she replied with a shrug.
Xander laughed. I've always liked your mother. Good woman. Taught her sons well.
I'd like to teach my grandchildren if I ever get any, she commented. This time everyone turned to Barrick. At least Ryan had a mate. Well, almost had a mate. They hadn't made it official yet, but he wasn't waiting much longer. His brother scooted back from the table.
Anybody else need a beer? Or a bottle of Everclear? He mumbled.
Ryan, Xander said on the phone.
I want to thank you for not killing Mark or his grandfather, though I'm not sure the elder deserved to live. Mr. Dunbury's the one to thank. I don't think they would have lived had I been given the choice, Ryan replied honestly. He put the two in their place. Then thanks to you, sir. Both are getting what they deserve.
If I may ask, Philip started, what punishment have you dished out?
Xander chuckled. Russell, the grandfather, is researching the alpha mate he thinks he knows so much about, and for the cub, I've taken a page from your alpha's book. Mark is moving into my parents', the elder alpha couple, home for a month.
The group laughed.
Hopefully he'll learn a thing or two about living a good life. His family apparently aren't the best role models. Xander, Ryan said, do you know the story behind all this?
The lion alpha sighed.
2 alphas ago, the alpha joined with a lioness, not his true mate, who wasn't the best of characters. She was caught sleeping with a rich tiger, and your pride called her out. She denied everything, of course, but nonetheless, the lions were in an uproar over it. When she vanished, no one said anything, but I guess a few still feel like they need vindication. With Russell digging into the woman's past, we'll figure out all she was into. I know she was peddling drugs to humans at one time, and I heard she had stolen a human infant and sold it for a lot of money. But I don't know if that's true or not. Russell will hopefully find out and tell anyone who feels like he does. You all did us a favor if she left because of you.
Wow, Ryan's mother said. What a sad story. Was she killed, do you think, Xander?
We don't know. Nobody looked for her that I know of.
Alpha, Philip said, leaning toward the phone. I'd like to add to your story. I was pretty young when all that happened and don't remember it personally. My mother told me about it when I was older. But it so happens that the rich tiger she slept with also disappeared without a trace. After hearing your side of the story, I don't think them both missin' was a coincidence.
Interesting, Mr. Dunbury. I'll have to ask around so everyone is aware of that. Thank you much for the info.
You're welcome, Alpha. Just sharing the knowledge. That's what we old tigers do. After Xander hung up, his mom asked if everyone could stay for dinner. I'd like to, Jolene, Philip answered, but Nigel is coming up to go over all the pride history I have. Seems he wants to be the next historian after I move on. Parker smiled at Ryan, cuddling into his side. You've done well, Alpha. He leaned over to her chair.
No, my love, you've done well. This was all you. I was just there to look pretty.
Barrick gagged.
Time to go. It's getting really deep in here.
He kissed his mother on the cheek.
I'd love to stay, Mom, but I'm working on this mate thing.
Everyone smelled his obvious lie. Barrick ran for the door.
You'd better not be late for work,
Ryan yelled out to his brother. Ryan pulled Parker from her chair and set her on his lap.
Well, love, I can stay. How about you?
She grinned and whispered into his ear. Your mom really wants those grandcubs. I think we should work on making her happy.
Ryan jumped up from the table with her in his arms. Sorry, Mom. He hurried to the door. We, got some stuff to discuss. He winked at his mom. A business deal. See you tomorrow.
Chapter 32. When they returned to Ryan's home, he carried her up to the bedroom and left the room. She glanced out at the rain that continued to fall, but no longer in hard, dangerous pellets.
Parker. She turned to see Ryan right behind her.
How the hell do you move so quietly? She gasped, clutching at her chest. You almost gave me a heart attack.
I'm trying to be romantic here, he said with a grin, and dropped down to one knee.
She stared at him, and her brain refused to make sense of what was happening. What are you doing?
Proposing? He frowned. It's on one knee in the human world, no?
She laughed and nodded, her eyes filling with tears. Yes.
I knew, my tiger knew. We knew you were the right woman for us.
He shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small leather box. When he flipped it open, she almost stopped breathing.
I don't ever want you to be apart from me. You're my mate. I want you to be my wife. You're already my everything.
She gulped. Really?
Yes, he said with determination. I love you. I will never love another woman the way I love you. I never want to. Will you marry me?
God, yes, she blurted and nodded like a lunatic. He chuckled and slipped the teardrop diamond ring on her ring finger. She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back up to his feet. And kissed him. It was magical. It was beautiful. She knew this was the man she'd always hoped she'd find. Ryan Wade was her one. He pulled back from their kiss and smiled at her.
I'm going to prepare you a bath.
You mean us, right?
Yes, us, he said.
She watched him head into the master bathroom and glanced down at her ring. This was happening. She finally had someone to love her, to give her a family. Parker loved the idea of finally being part of a family, of having her own with Ryan. There was no longer any hesitation, any fear, or even need to run off and put her life in danger because she needed to feel useful. She was useful and appreciated in his pride, in his family.
What are you thinking?
He asked, removing her clothes and pulling her to the bath. She slipped into the warm water and sighed. Just how much I like your family, your pride. She tugged him into the bath with her, and water sloshed all over the place. You? He chuckled and kissed her neck.
I'm glad you like me.
He sucked on her collarbone and down to her chest.
I like you too.
She moaned, sliding her fingers into his hair and holding him over her breast. I'm more than like you. He growled at her nipple, and she whimpered. The grazing of his teeth on her skin made her pussy contract. He raised his head and met her gaze.
I more than like you, too.
With a single swift lift, he sat her on the edge of the tub, spreading her legs wide.
God, this man was going to kill her with orgasms. It didn't compute in her brain how much he liked having his face in her crotch.
This was so unlike any man she'd ever been with. He swiped his tongue on her sex, and she lost all train of thought. Shudders racked her to the core. She wiggled her hips closer to his face and sighed. He glided his tongue over her clit, and she lost it. Sucking in a hard breath, she unraveled. Pleasure warmed her and made her pussy grasp at nothing. She was shaking, her lungs burning from lack of air, and he didn't stop. Still riding her orgasm wave, she barely noticed him flip her onto her stomach. The head of his cock slipped into her pussy, and in a smooth glide he was deep inside her, her channel locking around his length.
God,
the word fell from her lips.
So good,
he mumbled. Stroking deep and sure, he slammed his cock into her over and over, until she was once again gasping for air. His hard length felt like he was branding her from the inside. The harder he thrust, the hotter she felt. He gripped her hip, digging his nails into her flesh. She whimpered at the pain, but pressed back into each of his drives, her body begging for him to make her come. His slick body caged her over the tub. A whimper floated up her throat at the feel of his tongue licking her left shoulder and his teeth grazing her neck.
Ryan, please,
she gasped.
Soon, baby girl.
He nibbled at her neck. Gripping the side of the tub, she held on for dear life as he thrust harder into her. He slid a hand around her hip and fondled her clit. She moaned, her body jerking against his touch. He bit down at the back of her neck, and she lost all sense of time and what was going on. All she knew was that her body shattered. The knot at her belly unraveled, and she screamed his name while he continued biting her. He growled against her skin and came hard, his cock expanding in her channel and filling her with his heat. Branding her, owning her from the deepest part of her body. The hand he had on her hip scratched her, and the one on her clit pressed harder, dragging her orgasm out until she was a twitching mass of nerves. Sucking breaths to try not to pass out, she felt him pull out of her, and then she was on him, lying in the cooling water. He'd slipped right back inside her, and she didn't complain. He belonged in her. It felt right for them to be locked into each other. She laid her head on his chest and closed her eyes. Then she opened them again and glanced at her hand. Nope, it didn't all go away. This was real. He was real. And it was perfect. Epilogue. Parker had papers to sign at her lawyer's office, so she dressed for success. It was a big day. The day her William G. Nolan Foundation became a fully functioning nonprofit. She bounced in her sky-high, clear Louboutin heels and turned to Ryan.
You're bouncing like a kid who's going into their birthday party, he chuckled.
She hugged him hard and kissed him. I'm so excited. I know this is the right thing to do. She glanced at them in the elevator's mirrored walls and loved how in sync they were as a couple. He'd worn a dark blue suit to match her dress. His tie matched her handbag. All in all, they had some great fashion sense. When the doors to the elevator opened, she squealed and tugged him toward Kirk's office. His assistant took them to a conference room, and there they waited for Kirk to arrive.
You're sure you're not taking on too much by also handling the community development of the Pride?
Ryan asked, squeezing her hand. She shook her head. I can do it. Her engagement ring sparkled against the room lights. Ever since they'd become mated and humanly engaged, she'd realized how excited she was to help him make his pride a community everyone was happy and proud to be a part of.
"Ms. Nolan," Kirk greeted, walking in the room with a stack of papers, and stopped to glance from her to Ryan. "And Mr.
"Wade. Ryan Wade," Parker replied. "He's my fiancé."
Kirk nodded. "Good to meet you, Mr. Wade, and congratulations to you both. Ms. Nolan, I have the papers that will get the building you need to start the offices for the Foundation. I've also got a list of candidates to help get the staff you need to keep the operations going."
"I have someone I'd like to hire as an assistant," she said. "Her name is Isla Jennings. She's just graduated college and is interested in community development."
"Great," Kirk said. "If we can arrange some meetings with several of these candidates, we can get your staff set up. In the meantime, I've hired contractors to oversee the office setup."
He passed her the stack of papers with red signature flags.
"Sign all these and you'll be official."
Several minutes and multiple hand cramps later, she was done.
Kirk offered her his hand and smiled. "Congratulations on your first non-profit, Parker."
She squealed and kissed Ryan. "This is so exciting. Grandpa would be so proud."
"I'm sure he would, love." Ryan grinned, hugging her to his side. Kirk's brows flew up. "Speaking of your grandfather, my senior partner would like to speak to you, if you have a moment."
"Sure." Kirk left the room, and Parker turned to Ryan. "What do you think is wrong?"
"Something doesn't have to be wrong, sweetheart."
She frowned, worrying her lip and hoping that whatever the partner had to say wouldn't dampen her day. A moment later, the door opened and an older man walked in with an envelope.
"Ms. Nolan, this is Conrad Erickson, our senior partner and your grandfather's old lawyer."
She shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Erickson."
Conrad smiled warmly at her.
"We've met, but I doubt you'd remember me. It's been years. I have become aware that you're getting married."
She glanced at Ryan with a smile. "Yes."
"Very good."
He opened the envelope and pulled out 2 sheets of paper.
"These are for you."
"What is it?" She tried to understand the legal wording of the document. "It's about the Parker Nolan Foundation."
"Yes, your grandfather had a feeling your parents wouldn't live up to his hope that they hand you the foundation, so he made separate arrangements for it."
Her eyes widened. "What?"
"Once you've married, the foundation becomes yours. Not your husband's, not your parents'. Yours."
She gasped and glanced at Ryan. "I don't understand. Why would he wait to do that until I'm married?"
"I can't say. I guess he worried that your parents would always try to keep their control over you with the foundation."
He nodded.
"Either way, those are yours. Once you've married, please come back and we'll do the transfer of ownership. The Parker Nolan Foundation belongs to you."
"You mean it's really mine?" She blinked.
"Yes, dear. All yours."
"That's all we needed for today," Kirk said. "I'll be in touch with you on meetings with candidates to be part of your board."
She nodded absently and watched as men walked out of the room. With a sigh, she sat back and shook her head. "What do I do now?"
Ryan rubbed her hand in his. "Whatever you want to do."
Then it dawned on her that she could help even more people. It was going to take time and work, but she didn't mind busting her ass to give back. It would be what her grandfather would have wanted. Eventually, she'd figure out how to hand off a lot of work to her staff. She watched Ryan staring at her intently. After all, they had a family to start. "Don't worry," she grinned. "Our family is number 1. Nothing will ever change that."
"I know, love," Ryan said sweetly.
If her grandfather taught her anything, it was that family always came first. She had him to thank, and she would be in his debt forever for the love and support he gave her.
She wanted to create that with Ryan, her own family. Have children and show them how good it felt to be a part of a giving and caring community. Children. Her heart filled with love and happiness. She could barely wait. He stood and pulled her to her feet, cupping her face and kissing her.
Congrats, Ms. Nolan, on your new foundation.
Soon to be Mrs. Wade, she whispered against his lips. Now let's go give Harry his retirement gift. Harry was about to be spoiled rotten, and she felt happy she could do that for him. Elders were the foundation of society. They needed to be appreciated and cared for.
You're insane, he chuckled, but I wouldn't trade you for all the gold in the world. You're priceless, he said, gazing deep in her eyes. Priceless.
Good thing he thought so. He was about to be tested with wedding plans. This concludes Taken by the Tiger by Millie Taiden. Narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Copyright 2020 by Millie Taiden. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Millie Taiden, care of Stone Song, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.